Full book and many other books, thank. Chapter 1. I arrived early and damp. The blue cotton blouse that had looked professional and flattering in my apartment mirror was now stuck to my armpits in dark, wet half-moons. Lifting my arms, I blasted the AC in my car, hoping both to dry my shirt and shock the nervousness out of my system. I'd interviewed celebrities before. I'd even interviewed supernaturally beautiful celebrities before. This was different. Gabe Parker wasn't just any celebrity. He was my number one, heart-fluttering, palm-sweating, thigh-clenching celebrity crush. I'd entertained multiple extensive, detailed fantasies about him. I'd done numerous searches for paparazzi pictures of him. Until this morning, a shirtless photo of him had been the lock screen of my phone. I had zero chill when it came to Gabe Parker. If Jeremy and I were still dating, there'd be a major possibility he would have tried to veto this interview. He knew how I felt about Gabe. When he'd insisted on us declaring our free pass celebrities, I'd chosen Gabe. Jeremy had pouted. It was ridiculous, of course. Gabe would probably be charming and kind and amiable. It wouldn't be because he liked me, or thought I was interesting, or because we had any sort of deep emotional connection. It would be because it was his job to charm me. And it was my job to be charmed. His management had been very, very clear about the kind of profile they were expecting me to turn in. What they wanted in exchange for the Access broadsheets was getting to Gabe before he started shooting. They wanted a story that would counter the bad press his casting had caused. They wanted a story that would convince the naysayers that he was the best choice for Bond. They wanted me to sell him to America. To the world. I wanted a story that would keep getting me work. I blogged and sent short stories to literary magazines like I was tossing rocks into the ocean. I'd only gotten one published, and then, just when I was considering that maybe I should give up trying to be a writer, I'd gotten the gig at Broadsheets. I'd been recommended by a former professor who had once called my writing mainstream, as much of an insult as one could get in an esteemed MFA program, but apparently exactly what Broadsheets was looking for. Jeremy called the stuff I was doing puff pieces, but would still celebrated when I got the job, spending a good chunk of my first paycheck on bottomless fries and happy hour beers. The editors at Broadsheets seemed to like my writing, at least. They kept giving me work, and every month I could pay my bills with the money I made off my writing felt like an accomplishment. I knew that this interview was an opportunity to show that I could take on more high-profile, better-paying articles. It needed to go well. Even though I'd just checked it 5 minutes ago, I scanned my bag again to make sure that I had a pen, my notebook with the questions I'd written out last night, and my tape recorder, which had a new set of batteries. I was as prepared as I was going to be. My armpits were now cold and wet. I realized, with horror, that I wasn't 100% sure I'd put deodorant on. I gave myself a sniff, but couldn't tell. It was too late now. I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time, grateful that at least my bangs had chosen to be obedient. Gabe was staying in a rental house in Laurel Canyon. I'd expected something grand, with a massive gate and intense security system, but I'd been sent to a modest bungalow set back from the street with nothing more than an unlocked, waist-high gate to keep people out. But even though it was small, I knew the place had to cost at least 4 times more than the apartment I shared with one stranger and one half-friend. I could feel my heart ricocheting up and down my throat as I walked through the gate and down the pathway. A heart attack or a panic attack or some other sort of attack seemed extremely likely. He's just a person. He's just a person, I said to myself. I lifted my hand, but before I could even knock, the door swung open and there he was. Gabe Parker. I'd done enough interviews like this to know firsthand the difference a camera and a crew could make in someone's appearance. Actors were usually shorter than they appeared, their heads often bigger. Round cheeks could make someone look chubbier than they were, just as chiseled features could come off as gaunt in real life. A part of me had been praying that Gabe Parker's good looks were mostly manufactured. I was swiftly and immediately proven wrong. He was glorious. Tall, knee-bucklingly handsome, and backlit by the best sunlight California could muster on a brisk winter day. His dark brown hair was mussed, a wavy lock flopped onto his forehead in a way that looked both boyish and rugged. He had a dimple in his left cheek, which I already knew about, but it was on full display as he greeted me with a smile that made my heart stop so abruptly that I put a hand to my chest. He was so beautiful. I was so fucked. "It's you," he said. As if he had been waiting for me. The truth was that I had been waiting for him. Literally. This interview had been scheduled and rescheduled several times already. But none of that mattered now. I felt fluttery. All over. I didn't like it. It was deeply unprofessional and a complete cliché. The world already assumed that all female reporters slept with or were trying to sleep with their subjects. I was here to do my job, not get all hot and bothered over a sexy celebrity. It was enough to keep those tingly feelings at bay. Gabe was still blasting me with that full-force grin. It was so powerful that it took me at least 10 seconds to realize he was holding a puppy in his arms. And I loved dogs. "Can you take her for a moment?" he asked. I was apparently incapable of speech, so I just nodded and held out my arms. His fingers brushed mine as the wiggling, furry bundle was passed over. My heart stopped again, and the tingly feelings returned. Damn it. At this rate, if he shook my hand, I was likely to pass out at his feet. After giving me the dog, he turned and headed back into the house. The puppy shifted in my arms, craning her head so she could take a swipe at my chin with her soft, pink puppy tongue. I inhaled deeply, breathing in her puppy breath. Pure. Unfiltered. Good. It stabilized me. "Come on in," Gabe said from inside the house. I followed his voice, taking in the beautiful rental with its wood-paneled walls and warm, cabin-like feel. The back of the house was open, glass sliding doors pushed to the side, and I could see a big, grassy lawn with a pool and hot tub. The rental itself had maybe 2 bedrooms, but the property was spacious. It was exactly the kind of Laurel Canyon home where you could easily imagine the mamas and the papas of Fleetwood Mac doing drugs, having sex, and making music during the 70s. I walked into the kitchen and found Gabe on his hands and knees. Without a shirt on. "Sorry," he apologized, using his cotton t-shirt to wipe the floor. "I still have no idea where any of the rags are, and we've been having a hard time with house training." He looked up at me, and I realized I was holding the puppy in front of me like a shield. Standing, Gabe looked down at the pea-stained shirt in his hand and winced before tossing it in the trash. Then he came toward me. "It's okay," he said to the dog. "I still love you." "Anyang," I said. He took her from me, cuddling her against his bare chest. It was smooth and sleek, all those muscles perfectly defined, exactly how it looked on the big screen. Well, not exactly. He was actually a little thinner than I had expected. Not that I minded. He still looked good. Beyond good. I laced my fingers behind my back to keep from reaching out and touching, but my imagination did not hesitate in envisioning how his skin might feel beneath my palms. Because if I was going to touch, even if it was just a fantasy, I was going to be putting my whole hands on him. Maybe my mouth too. If I had the time, there was a long list of my body parts interested in touching his body parts. It was completely inappropriate, but it was just in my head. What harm could there be in that? "Sorry about that," Gabe apologized again. We both stood there for a moment. He made no motion to indicate he was going to put a shirt on, and I wasn't going to prompt him to do so. As far as I was concerned, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ogle one of the hottest up-and-coming stars of our time, and I was going to ogle my brains out. Silently. Covertly. I knew I was justifying my unprofessional thoughts, but the truth was, I wasn't sure I could help it. He was just so handsome and my pulse was racing like I was being chased. "Wow," he said, almost under his breath. "Your eyes." I blinked. "They're very big," he said. It was the last thing I expected him to say. And he said it as if he'd never seen eyes before. As if he might take my face in his hands and try to examine them close up, like an archaeologist would with a fossil. I tilted my chin upward, my eyes, my very big eyes, meeting his straight on. My heart felt a little like a live wire, jerking around in my chest, throwing off electrical currents. Could these currents be mutual? Did he believe the stereotype about female reporters? Did he think I was going to try to sleep with him? Did he want me to try to sleep with him? "Can I ask you something?" he asked. "Anything," I thought. "Mumph," I said. He tilted his head, his hair sliding across his forehead. I wanted to brush it to the side. Wanted to run my fingertips down the side of his face and trace the line of his jaw. Wanted to lick. "Has anyone ever told you that you kind of look like one of those cat clock things?" he asked. When I didn't answer, Gabe put his hands on either side of his face, opening his own eyes wide. "You know, tick-tock, tick-tock." He looked from side to side. I knew what he was talking about. It was a decent impression, and felt a weird sort of relief at being compared to a plastic, kitschy clock. It made more sense than Gabe Parker, movie star, complimenting me. Or wanting to sleep with me. It threw some much-needed cold water on my rampaging libido. "How do you pronounce your name?" he asked, not waiting for a response. I'd barely said one fully formed word since I'd arrived, but he didn't seem to notice. My manager said Hanenai, but I wanted to make sure. My name was confusing for a lot of people. During my last interview, with a breezy starlet, she'd spent the entire time alternating between Hannah and Tawny. It made a weird sort of sense as my name was basically a combination of the two, and I hadn't bothered correcting her. "That's fine," I said. Gabe frowned at me. "But I'm saying it wrong, aren't I?" "It doesn't bother me," I said. "It bothers me," he said. "It's your name. I want to be able to say it correctly." "Well, like knee, but with a chapter channy," I said, using the back of my throat to get the proper half-hacking, half-rolling sound. As I did, a tiny bit of spit popped out of my mouth and arched in the air between us. Thankfully it fell before it came into contact with any part of Gabe's person, and he was gracious enough not to comment on it. I wanted to die. "Channy," he said. "Channy. Channy." He got it right on the second try, though I could have listened to him say my name all day long. Because he said it as if he was tasting it. "My makeup artist on Tommy Jacks was named Preeti," he said. "But everyone on the crew said Pretty instead of Preeti." He gave the puppy a good scratch under her chin and she snuggled up close, tucking her head against his chest. Lucky dog. She told me that she used to correct people but it never seemed to stick, and after a while, she just got tired of trying. Gabe shrugged. "I always think about that. How much it must suck to have your name constantly mispronounced." He wasn't wrong. I'd just learned, like Preeti, that most people didn't care. Gabe obviously did. We stood there for a moment, him shirtless and holding a puppy, me with my crush on him growing exponentially larger with every second. And me helpless to do anything about it. I felt like a teenager again, with hormones I couldn't control. It was disorienting. "What were you saying before?" he asked. About my name? He shook his head. No, when you were coming up the walkway, it looked like you were saying something. My face got prickly and warm. Getting caught talking to myself wasn't exactly the first impression I'd hoped to make. Sorry, he said. Guess I just revealed I was kind of spying on you through the window. He gave me a sheepish smile, even though I was the one who was beyond embarrassed. It's okay, I said. I was just talking to myself. There was no way in hell I was going to tell him what I had actually been saying. Between that and being compared to a clock, this interview was already awkward enough. Gabe looked at me for a long time. Do you do that a lot? He asked. Talk to myself. He nodded. Sometimes. I squirmed a little under his penetrating gaze. I guess it just helps me sort out my thoughts. It happens when I get stuck on things, sometimes. Like, saying them out loud makes them real. Or, I can organize them better than if they're just in my head. Almost like a list. Or not really a list, but a documentation of my ideas. For posterity. I was rambling about talking to myself. Wonderful. Gabe leaned back on his heels and let out a whistle, as if I'd just said something profound. A documentation of your ideas, he repeated. You are a writer. Suddenly I got this horrible feeling that there had been some huge, weird mix-up and he didn't know I was here to interview him. Or I was being pranked. Yes. Broadsheet sent me. I hated how my voice kept going up at the end of my sentences, making everything a question. Yeah, I know, he said, as if I was the one who wasn't making any sense. You write other things too, right? Like, fiction. Yes. He grinned at me as if I'd just told him I had the cure for cancer. That's awesome, he said. I love books. I didn't know what to think. On one hand, it seemed that all the people who had thought that Gabe was too much of a himbo hick to play Bond might have had a point. On the other hand, he was so damn adorable, it was hard not to find him and his I love books comment utterly charming. Should we get started? I realized that I'd been in his house for almost 10 minutes, seen him shirtless, and still hadn't asked him a single serious question. Where's the best place to talk? I thought we'd go to lunch, he said. There's a great pub on Ventura. Do you mind driving? But first, he said, walking past me. Let me show you something. I didn't have any choice but to follow. Broadsheets had said I'd be getting more access than other interviews. Gabe's management really wanted to counter the anti-Parker narrative coming from Bond fans. But when Gabe showed me into his bedroom, I stopped in the doorway, knowing that there was access and there was access. Check out this view, Gabe said, throwing open the curtains. It was quite the view. The puppy sat at Gabe's feet, the two of them a gorgeous, film-worthy tableau, bathed in the December sunlight. He still wasn't wearing a shirt. His back was incredible. All smooth muscles and sleek lines. I wanted to stand behind him, wrap my arms around his waist, and press my cheek against one of his shoulder blades. The desire to do so was so strong that I could practically feel his hot skin against my face. Or maybe that was just because my own skin felt warm. Very warm. I pressed my cool hands to my throat and looked away. Enough was enough. I took in his room instead, searching for something I could use in my article. It was a nice bedroom, big and simple. Pleasant, but impersonal. Very clearly a temporary living situation. The furniture was pale wood, the furnishings all neutral. There was enough space that I could have fit most of my own bedroom between Gabe's bed and his built-in fireplace. The only signs of individuality were the haphazard stacks on almost all the available surfaces. He hadn't been lying when he said he loved books. Or his publicist was really working overtime to hammer home this new narrative. I spotted a few recognizable spines from my safe space in the doorway. Fiction. Non-fiction. Poetry. Plenty of recent bestsellers and book club books, but also a few that surprised me. Bell Hooks. Catherine Dunn. Tim O'Brien. Amy Bender. James Baldwin. Alan Bennett. Books that I had on my shelf at home. My hands itched with the desire to run my fingers along their spines, something familiar to center me in an unfamiliar environment where I felt completely out of my element. Instead, I tucked my hand into my bag, once again checking. Pen. Notebook. Tape recorder. Everything I needed for this interview was there, and yet, maybe I couldn't do this. Ever since Jeremy and I had broken up, that thought had been circling in my head like an unswattable fly. It hadn't helped that my motivation had apparently walked out the door right after him. I hadn't written anything in weeks. While all of my former MFA classmates were out there signing with agents or having short stories published or getting book deals, I was stumbling through the kind of assignments they all would have sneered at. I didn't really blame them. Not because I was ashamed of the work I was getting, but because I knew that the writing I was doing was, at its best, boring. At its worst, it was just bad. What if that was the kind of writer I was? The kind of writer I'd always be. But now wasn't the time for an existential crisis. I pushed aside my doubts and focused on the room. On the piles of books. There were movies too, a stack of them on the credenza next to the ridiculously oversized and completely expected flat-screen TV. Even though I knew it was probably more professional for me to stay in the doorway, I ventured toward the DVDs. A familiar one stared up at me from the top of the pile. I don't want to be worshipped. I want to be loved. Sorry? Gabe turned back toward me, and I realized I'd said that out loud. I blushed and held up the DVD. The Philadelphia Story. It's from the movie, I said. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to show you. Ryan sent these over the other day, Gabe said. For research. Ryan Ulrich, the director of the Hildebrand Rarity. I looked at the rest of the pile. All older movies, most in black and white. Arsenic and Old Lace, The Thin Man, Holiday, and My Man Godfrey. I've only seen one or two, Gabe said. But I have to watch them all before we start filming. I nodded. Is it good? He asked. Is it good? I looked down at the DVD, at the cozy threesome of Katharine Hepburn, Cary Grant, and Jimmy Stewart, all smiling up at me. It's only one of the best romantic comedies ever made. One of the best comedies ever made. I knew most of it by heart. I don't want to be worshipped. I want to be loved, Gabe repeated. He had a good memory. Is there a difference? He asked. I think so. I said. You can worship someone you don't know, but you can't love them. Gabe looked at me. I looked back. I was a little startled by the sincerity of my words. If Gabe was too, well, he bypassed that awkwardness quickly. I think Ryan wants our bond to be a combination of Cary Grant and William Powell, he said. I could see it. Could see the angle they wanted to take. Because even though Gabe's on-screen persona, and apparently his off-screen one, wasn't necessarily known as sophisticated, he had shown a talent for humor. If Ryan Ulrich could channel that into the same cool, dry humor that Powell and Grant excelled at, then Gabe's bond could be something unique. That's a good idea, I said, more to myself. Gabe came over to me, taking the DVD from my hand. Once again, our fingertips brushed against each other, and once again I did everything I could to ignore the tight, scratchy feeling the contact gave me. It's good, huh? He asked. It's amazing, I said. I should have stopped there, but I didn't. Except for one gross storyline that almost wrecks it for me every time. Gabe raised an eyebrow. I don't want to ruin it for you, I said. My sister already told me the plot, he said. She was so outraged that I'd never seen it that she spoiled the ending for me. I already know who ends up with who. What's the storyline you hate? It's not a big deal, I said. Just some stuff that would never fly if they remade it now. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Like what? Gabe asked. Jeremy had once called my rants a feminist monologue hurricane. Once I got started, I could go on and on and on. Blowing hot wind, he said. Everyone should take cover. He was such an asshole. But he wasn't wrong, because I opened my mouth and let the hurricane fly. It's just that the whole thing that sets the plot in motion is Katharine Hepburn's father cheating on her mother with a chorus girl. And Tracy Lord Hepburn's character is the only one who thinks there's anything wrong with that. Because she criticizes her father for cheating, she's considered cold and uncaring, and a hypocrite because of one night where she got drunk and climbed on the roof of her house naked. Gabe was suddenly looking at the DVD with interest. Katharine Hepburn is naked in this movie? No, I said. It's just something they talk about. I kept going. Mostly because Gabe looked curious, not completely bored or horrified. Yet. Her father has this whole terrible speech about how basically the only reason he cheated is because his daughter didn't worship him unconditionally and he had to go seek out the approval of a younger woman. Instead of Katharine Hepburn calling him a lecherous old man, she ends up apologizing for how she wasn't a good enough daughter to him. She asks him for forgiveness. It's a crash course in gaslighting and it's gross. I was panting now, the way I always did when I really got caught up talking about something that needled me. Gabe didn't say anything for a while. So, you hate this movie? No. I tossed the DVD onto the bed. I love this movie. It's funny and romantic and has amazing banter. But it's not perfect and I think it can be better. Jeremy had said that was ridiculous. It already exists, he'd said. It's done. You can't improve on something that was made over 50 years ago. You have to take it as it is. Maybe he was right. Gabe looked thoughtful. My sister didn't mention any of this, he said. There's a lot more to the movie, I said. A lot of it is good. Gabe seemed doubtful. You like the movie even though it has this horrible subplot? I guess you could say that I love it, but I don't worship it, I said. It had sounded extremely clever in my head but out loud it didn't really make sense. Which, in a way, was the story of my life. It's a good movie, I said. Gabe looked completely confused. I couldn't really blame him. Jeremy had often said I didn't make sense on the best of days. Not that he didn't have a point. Occasionally. Gabe did seem like he regretted showing me the DVDs. This wasn't going well. I wasn't supposed to be lecturing Gabe about misogynistic themes in classic films, I was supposed to be asking what he thought about the big-budget feature he was about to do. Before I could, though, Gabe slapped his hands together, making me jump. I'm starving, he said. Let's eat. Serious_cinephiles.com 5 Reasons Why Gabe Parker Will Be the Worst Bond Ever. By Ross Leeming. It will come as no shock to our loyal readers that the team here at Serious Cinephiles is extremely disappointed with the latest Bond news. Here we break down all the reasons we think director Ryan Ulrich is making a huge mistake with the casting of his new leading man. 1. He's American. Yes, I know that it's been confirmed that Parker will be tackling a British accent, but why make him go through the trouble when you could just cast someone with a more appropriate background? 2. He's not Oliver Matias. I don't know about you, but I call absolute bullshit on the claim that Parker was the production's first and only pick. Presumably the producers saw him in Tommy Jacks, which is a fine enough movie but certainly doesn't display any reach on Parker's part. Especially not in comparison to his co-star who actually has a British accent. Because he's actually British. That anyone could pick Parker over Matthias indicates that they shouldn't be in charge of casting Bond. Ever. 3. He's a hick. Look, I'm sure Gabe Parker is a perfectly nice person. He might even be somewhat intelligent. But we all know that his on-screen, and in interview, persona is the polar opposite of what we expect from our Bond. The man with the martini needs to be sophistication personified. He shouldn't be played by someone whose most famous talk show moment involved him playing beer pong with another guest. And winning. 4. He's already sleeping with his co-star. They haven't confirmed it, but anyone who saw those pictures of him and Jacinda Lockwood in Paris can tell that they are definitely knocking boots. But, Ross, you might say, doesn't that speak to why he would be a good Bond? He's already proven he can get the girl. Yes, exactly, I would say to you. Where's the excitement, then? The chase? The anticipation? It just seems like Gabe Parker is a bro who can't keep his dick in his pants. Plus, it's just another sign that Parker is forever getting his co-stars sloppy seconds. Side note, is anyone surprised that Lockwood dumped Matthias for Parker? The black British-born model has gotten quite the reputation for doing whatever it takes to get her movie career off the ground. 5. He's too soft. I'm not talking about his body. We've all seen the shirtless pics from Cold Creek Mountain, a beefcake photo shoot parading as a serious movie, but there's something undeniably tender about him. And Bond is not tender. He's tough. Maybe it's all Parker's experience in the theater, particularly his leading role in Angels in America. You all know what I'm saying. Chapter 2. I drove us to the restaurant. Another interview might have been able to use the extra time in a small space to her advantage, but being a generally nervous driver and having a huge movie star and his new puppy in my passenger seat kept me focused on the road. Instead, it gave Gabe the opportunity to pepper me with questions, which he did almost non-stop. As if I was the subject and he was the interviewer. You're from LA, right? Like, Hollywood. Wow. It must have been cool growing up here. I guess. I hated that I couldn't stop responding in a questioning tone. I mean, it felt normal to me when it was happening. Crazy. He drummed his fingers across the top of the glove compartment. There was a slight manic quality to him that seemed more noticeable in the car, like he was literally overflowing with excess energy. And you've lived here your whole life, right? I nodded, white-knuckling my way down the narrow doniers, praying that we didn't encounter another car needing to go the opposite way. He rolled down the window, which seemed to temper his eagerness but did little to help calm me. Now all I could think about was the possibility that his dog, who was now standing on his lap, paws on the armrest, nose twitching in the breeze, might leap out of my moving car and then I'd be the person who killed Gabe Parker's puppy. It's nice here in the winter, he said. I'm usually in Montana with my family around this time, or filming somewhere else. But you probably get bored of all the sunshine, right? I always miss seasons when I'm here. Fall. Spring. Do you miss seasons? Sort of, I said. I'm used to it, I guess. He nodded, his whole upper body rocking forward with him. Yeah, that makes sense, he said. Have you ever been to Montana? No, I said. But I've heard it's beautiful. Beautiful? No. It's stunning. Unlike anywhere else, he said. We'll have to get you out there sometime. I nodded, as if that was something that might actually happen. The pub was nice, with brick-lined walls and naked light bulbs jutting out above each booth. Gabe led me past the bar and out to the back, where there was a table waiting for us and a little bowl of water for the puppy. "You must love it here," he said. I looked around. "I've never been here before," I said. "Not here." He tapped the table. "Here." He gestured broadly. "LA. You must love it if you came back after college." "I do," I said. "It's not what I expected," he said. I stiffened. "Yeah, well, a lot of people think LA is just Hollywood. That it's this vapid, superficial town full of vapid, superficial people, but it's really so much more. People say there's no culture in LA, but we've got culture coming out of our ass and all kinds of culture. There's Chinatown, and Little Armenia, and Little Ethiopia, and Alvarado Street. We've got amazing museums and gardens and parks. It's beautiful here. Sometimes, in the morning, the mountains are pink and gold, like these perfect cutouts against the sky. There's tons of history here, not just Hollywood, but there's architecture and art and music. It's a great place to grow up. A great place to live. And you can't beat the tacos." I sounded like an extremely aggressive marketing campaign. But I couldn't help it. My hometown was constantly maligned. Jeremy had certainly made it clear that he thought LA was trash, so when I went on the defensive, I went on the defensive. Gabe leaned back. "I totally agree," he said. "The tacos are great." I couldn't tell if he was making fun of me, but before I could suss it out any further, our waitress appeared. Gabe was on his feet immediately, giving the beautiful redhead a hug and a kiss on the cheek. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "You look like you're going to pop." She was extremely pregnant, and rubbed her stomach. "I'm gonna tell your mama you said that to a pregnant woman," she teased Gabe. He winked at her. "You wouldn't dare." He glanced over at me. "Madison, this is Chani." He said my name perfectly. "You're ready to order?" Madison asked. She had a thick, charming southern accent. "Give us a moment with the menu, okay, darling?" Gabe asked, tossing the accent right back at her as he sat across from me. Madison blushed beautifully. "You just holler, okay?" "The burgers are great," Gabe said once she'd gone. "But if you get one, you have to get a beer. That's the rule." I knew it was unprofessional to drink on the job, but I could handle a beer. I needed a beer. Because so far this interview had consisted of me ranting about both the intrinsic sexism of the Philadelphia story and presumptive stereotypes about Los Angeles. It had not consisted of me doing the actual job I was hired to do. "What's their best sour beer?" I asked. Gabe's eyebrows went up and he met my gaze. "Sour beer, huh?" "Yeah," I said, like I was issuing a challenge. "Any suggestions?" The grin returned, and with it, my improper tingly feelings. "Why don't I order for us? Do you trust me?" "Yes," I said. He looked down at the menu with the childish glee of a kid on the night of Hanukkah when you actually got real gifts, not socks or chocolate gelt. "I've got it," he said. "You're gonna love this one." Madison returned and he gestured for her to lean toward him. He held up the menu between us, his gaze alternating between what he was pointing at and back at me. As he did, the puppy sauntered over, nudging her wet nose against my hand. I reached down and gave her a scratch, which was apparently an invitation for her to flop onto her back, showing me her stomach. I rubbed that, reveling in the velvety softness of her skin. "She likes you," Gabe said after Madison left with our orders. "Puppies like everyone." He shook his head. "Not this one, she's afraid of her shadow, the birds in the backyard, and paper bags." "Me too," I said. Gabe laughed. I liked making him laugh. The puppy's tongue was out, That pink ribbon, bright against her black fur, seemed almost too long to fit back in her mouth. "Should I be worried?" I asked. "About what you ordered?" "I don't know." Gabe leaned back, linking his hands behind his head. "Are you someone who likes to take risks?" I stared at that startlingly intimate line of muscle running from his biceps to under his arm, disappearing into his shirt. "No," I said. He laughed. "Then maybe you should be worried." He wiggled his eyebrows at me. But just a little. Was he flirting? Of course, he was flirting. The same way he had flirted with Madison. It wasn't personal. He probably didn't know how to talk to a woman without flirting in some way. Madison and I were just people in his orbit, and therefore we were going to be charmed by his very existence. That was the nature of celebrities. Of fame. There were times that I imagined what it might be like to be famous. That I might like to be famous. When I craved the attention and the interest that the spotlight afforded. When I longed for the validation that fame implied. Gabe was probably good at being charming the way I was good at observing. They were skills that both of us had a natural inclination for, but had no doubt honed over the years as they were required for us to do our jobs. It was a good reminder that the only reason I was here right now, sitting across from Gabe Parker, trying not to stare at his gorgeous armpit, was because it was my job. A job I desperately needed to do well. I took out my tape recorder. "Do you mind if I ask you some questions?" I asked, placing it on the table. He froze for a second, for a blink, his whole body going so still that it felt like a glitch in the Matrix. Then, as if he was rebooting, he smiled at me. A shallow, empty kind of smile. I wasn't expecting that. "Of course," he said. "That's why you're here, isn't it?" It almost sounded like he had forgotten. But just as quickly as that apparent glitch had appeared, it was gone. "Okay." Gabe cracked his knuckles. "Hit me." I looked down at my notebook. I'd spent all of yesterday preparing. I'd read existing profile pieces, I'd watched old interviews. But I realized, sitting here, in front of Gabe, looking down at my notes, that what I'd really done was research him. My questions, painstakingly written out, were ones that I could answer. I stared down at my notebook, dread sitting heavy in my stomach. Gabe cleared his throat. "Or we could just talk," he said. I couldn't tell if he was being nice or condescending. Either way, it indicated that he didn't think I could do my job. It was going to be okay, I told myself. When I'd interviewed Jennifer Evans, I'd started the interview asking about her hometown, and she'd ended up talking nonstop for almost 20 minutes. "Cooper, Montana," I said. Gabe raised an eyebrow. "That's where I'm from, yes." "Good place to grow up." "Yep," he said. "You went to college there?" "Yep," he said. "Did theater?" "At JRSC." "Yep," he said. There was a slight curve to his lips, just the hint of a smile, as if he was enjoying this. Enjoying my completely incompetent attempt to interview him. Because so far, I hadn't asked him a single damn question. This tactic might have worked on Jennifer Evans, but it certainly wasn't working now. My ship was sinking and I needed to do something to right it. And quick. The puppy shifted beneath the table, letting out the kind of sigh that was usually reserved for those contemplating the meaning of life. It was exactly the kind of sigh I had sitting at the back of my throat. "What's her name?" I asked. Gabe looked down and a full smile bloomed. "Haven't decided yet," he said. "I'm going to wait for it to come to me." "She looks like a teddy bear," I said. "She does." He glanced up at me. "Were you the kind of kid who had a teddy bear?" I blushed for no reason. Maybe, I said. He leaned back. I knew it, he said. What was your teddy bear's name? Teddy, I said. He raised an eyebrow. I wasn't a creative child, I said. I don't believe that. There was that sparkly, hot, live wire feeling again. Were you the kind of kid who had a teddy bear? I asked. It was the first decent question I'd asked, and technically it was one I'd stolen from him. Unfortunately, before Gabe could answer, Madison returned with our drinks. He waited as I took a sip of my beer. So, he asked. Did I get it right? I wasn't a big fan of beer, but I did love a good sour. And he had gotten me a really, really good sour. I think this is my new favorite beer, I told him honestly. He beamed and my heart thumped out of rhythm. Cheers, he said, lifting his glass and clinking it against mine. Then I watched as he drained almost a third of it in one gulp. Thirsty? I asked. It sounded a lot more accusatory than I meant it. Answering questions is thirsty work, he said. Touché. Gabe Parker might have been a hick, but he was a hick with a finely honed sense of irony. Why did you audition for Angels in America? I asked. This time Gabe was the one who blinked. Ha, I thought triumphantly. A question. A good question. Because it was a class requirement, he said. I'd taken theatre because I thought it would be an easy A. I didn't realize that part of the deal was auditioning for the winter performance. I deflated. It was almost exactly the same thing he'd said in the Vanity Fair interview he'd done after Tommy Jacks. You must have been surprised to get the lead. Yep, he said. He drank his beer. I want to bang my head on the table. He knew why I was here, why we were doing this interview. This article was meant to help fix the public perception around him being chosen for Bond. It was supposed to help him. Did it bother you? I asked. The material? No, he said. Did it bother your family? No, he said. They didn't care that you were kissing a man on stage. My sister thought it was hilarious, Gabe said. But only because I'm her baby brother. She thinks everything I do is hilarious. Usually unintentionally. You and your sister are close. Gabe downed the rest of his beer, and signaled for another. My pen froze above my notebook. 2 beers. Gabe was a big guy and 2 beers was nothing to some, but I started to feel nervous. For him. It was ridiculous, of course. It wasn't my job to protect him from himself. He was an adult. He knew his limits. Besides, if he ended up drinking enough to make him more talkative, all the better for me. Right? She's my best friend, Gabe said. We're only a year apart, so we're basically like twins. It was almost verbatim what he'd said in an interview with Entertainment Weekly. And the Hollywood Reporter. And you have a niece? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. She's 3, Gabe said. And she's the love of your life, I finished for him before I could think any better of it. He'd said that in the Vanity Fair article too. You've done your research, Gabe said. It wasn't a compliment. It's my job, I countered. I knew I wasn't doing great with the questions, but he was an actor. I didn't expect him to spill anything surprising or shocking, but I had expected him to say something. But it was quiet on the other side of the table. For a moment. I did my research too, he said. Both of your parents are teachers. You have a younger brother and a younger sister. They all live locally. You usually have Shabbat dinner with them. You went to Sarah Lawrence for undergrad, Iowa for grad school. You met your boyfriend there. In the campus bookstore. Ex-boyfriend, I said. Gabe ignored me. You started out in fiction, but mostly write non-fiction now. Your writing has been described as sharp. You're from LA. You hate New York. I don't hate New York. I was unnerved. I did hate New York. I stared at him. He stared back. It's weird, isn't it? He asked softly. When someone thinks they know you. The whole thing reminded me of the time I tried to learn how to skateboard in some ill-advised bid to get the attention of a guy I knew in high school. I'd been floating along, when suddenly I leaned too far back and the skateboard had come shooting out from under me. I was airborne for half a second before hitting the ground, tailbone first, hard. The pain had made me cry and the tears had made the boy disappear. It felt a little like that now, like Gabe had yanked the skateboard, something I had been arrogant to even try to ride, right out from under me. I was used to asking a simple question and sitting back, letting my subject monologue until I got some decent pull quotes. I was used to celebrities being excited to talk about themselves. It's my job, I repeated lamely. I know, he said. Do it better was what was implied. I flipped through my notebook as if a life raft would suddenly appear. Have you always been a Bond fan? I asked, floundering. Sure, he said. What man isn't? Did you watch them with your dad? Gabe's face went blank. If this interview was a sinking boat, I'd just blown out the bottom. Because there was one thing I'd been told was off limits. Years ago, some scummy online tabloid had dug through Gabe's proverbial trash and written a piece about the person that Gabe never spoke about. It had been called Gabe Parker, without a father figure. The piece had been poorly written, thin on details, and yet it said more than Gabe or his management ever had. I was ashamed that I was one of millions who read it, discovering that Gabe's father had died when he was 10. The whole thing might have gone away if Team Parker hadn't threatened to sue the tabloid. Instead, it just made people more curious. After all, if Gabe and his late father had had a good relationship, there would have been nothing to hide. Clearly there was something to hide. Abuse or estrangement or something equally horrible and juicy. Exactly the kind of information the public seemed to feel entitled to. The kind of information that any interviewer would kill to have access to. Looking at Gabe now, I could guess what he was thinking. That I was the kind of interviewer that would do whatever it took to get what I wanted, that I wasn't above pushing his buttons to get a reaction. To get a story. I want to get a story, just not in that way. I'm sorry, I said. I know the rules. If I had to grovel, I would. I didn't mean. He waved a hand. Let's just move on, okay? Fuck. When I'd thought about all the ways I could mess up this interview, I hadn't really considered that I would unintentionally and thoughtlessly lob a gotcha question at him. I won't include that, I said, knowing he probably wouldn't believe me. Aha, he said. What about your father? My father? Is he a Bond fan? His arms were crossed. Sure, I said. What man isn't? I was trying to be playful, tossing Gabe's words back at him. I had no idea if my father liked James Bond movies. The only things I'd ever seen him watch were Lakers games. Gabe didn't say anything, just cast a cynical look down at my notebook. I put a hand over the page. As if he could read it upside down and from across the table. But before I could finish my sentence, Gabe stood abruptly. My stomach plummeted. Will you excuse me for a minute, he said, scooping the puppy off the ground. His tone was cold and polite. I nodded. He left the outside patio and I watched him go. Those wonderful broad shoulders, that narrow waist, that very, very nice ass. I was 100% sure that this was the last I was going to see of Gabe Parker, so I might as well take a long look. When he was out of sight, I drew a line through the condensation on my beer glass, knowing that our food would appear soon and it was going to be very, very embarrassing when Madison arrived at the table with 2 burgers and only one person to eat them. My boat had sunk to the bottom of the lake. I put my head down, my forehead against my notebook. I thought about all the stories I wanted to write. I thought about Jeremy and his book deal. I thought about my student loans. I thought that I might just take that second burger to go because who knew when I'd be getting another job. Suddenly my ankle was wet. I looked down through the glass of the table to find the puppy licking the exposed skin between my shoe and my jeans. Lifting my head, I discovered that Gabe was sitting across from me, his expression neutral. He had another beer in front of him. One that was already half gone. "Well," he asked. "Shall we continue?" The _jam_dot_com.blogspot.com. Breakup breakdown. It's over. The novelist packed up his drawer last night, and this time I didn't cry. He's going to move to New York where people are creative and wild and interesting. Not like the people here who only care about smoothies, exercising, and watching bad TV. I'm pretty sure people in New York watch bad TV. They just do it in smaller apartments. I told him I'd never move to New York. He said that was the problem. That because I wasn't the kind of person who would move to New York with him, then I just wasn't the kind of person he could be with. Depending on who you ask, we've done this dance half a dozen times since we've been together, but this time I'm certain it's going to stick. Mostly because that's what the novelist said when he slammed his car door, right before he drove off. I'm single again. I didn't cry, but I did eat a lot of ice cream. Heartbreak is supposed to be good for inspiration, but besides this post, I've managed to write absolutely nothing. All my plans, all my goals, have been swept away by this latest personal riptide. The novelist always said I had trouble with focus. No doubt he is sitting in front of his typewriter with his glass of gin, typing furiously away, turning this matter of personal growth, his words, into creative fertilizer, mine. I'll be deeply resentful if he turns this experience into a book and it becomes a bestseller. Exochani. P.S. Before all this, I wrote a piece on up-and-coming starlet Jennifer Evans. You can read it in this month's broadsheets. Chapter 3. You know, you have something here, Gabe said, gesturing toward his own face. I think it's ink. My skin was hot against my hand as I looked down to find that the words written on my notebook were smudged. Of course. Knowing my luck, I probably had Bond imprinted on my forehead. I gave it a furious scrub. Jesus, Gabe said. Hold on. He took his napkin and dipped it into his water glass. I expected him to pass it over, but instead he crooked his finger in my direction. I leaned toward him, and he gently dabbed at my forehead. I did not breathe the entire time, crossing my eyes in an effort not to stare. There, he said, and withdrew. Thankfully, before I could do anything else embarrassing, our food and Gabe's third beer arrived. In addition to his own burger, Gabe had also ordered a plain patty for the puppy, which she ate with enthusiasm punctuated with several happy snorts. As he observed her, I arranged my burger the way I liked it, dipping my fries in ketchup and laying them across the patty in a crisscross pattern. I looked up and found Gabe watching me. I don't think I've ever seen someone eat a burger that way, he said. I've done it since I was a kid, I said. Huh, he said, and then opened his burger and did the same. Like this. I nodded, wordlessly, and watched as he took a bite. Oh yeah, he said, a soft moan escaping. That is fucking delicious. Heat spread through my body as if I had swallowed something spicy and wonderful. I watched him eat for a moment. He savored each bite, licking his fingers, his lips, even the palm of his hand at one point. He was clearly a man who enjoyed his food. Wow. Even when I was single-handedly torpedoing my career, I was still very, very horny for him. It's going to get cold, he said. Not a chance, I thought. It took me a moment to realize that he was talking about my food. I've read your articles, Gabe said as I took a bite of my burger. You have? I asked. Of course, he said. It was as if the whole slip-up with his dad had never happened. Gabe Parker was clearly someone who rolled with the punches. He dipped a French fry in ketchup. I like your blog. I choked on my drink. It was one thing for Gabe to have read my articles, unusual, but still, those pieces were well researched, edited, and vetted. They weren't all that dissimilar to the type of interview we were doing right now. My blog, on the other hand. At least I now knew where he'd gotten all that information about me, like where I went to school and the fact that I hated New York. For better or for worse, my blog had become somewhat of a de facto journal these days. Mostly because I thought that no one was reading it. You're funny, Gabe said. Your writing. It's funny. My brain was going a mile a minute, trying to remember what kind of embarrassing personal shit I'd word vomited recently. Jeremy had read my blog once. Is there something worse than navel-gazing? He'd asked during a fight. Because that's what it is. I wondered what Jeremy would think about Gabe Parker calling my writing funny. How's the burger? Gabe asked. Good, I said. It seems like you come here a lot. He nodded. Yeah, he said. People are nice and the food's great. He looked at the remainder of our fries with a deep longing in his eyes. I pushed them toward him. He hesitated. I've had enough, I said, and since he hadn't walked out of this interview, I didn't have to worry about hoarding food like a chipmunk. Yet. It's not that, he said, though he took a few and dipped them in ketchup. I'm really not supposed to be eating this in the first place. I tilted my head questioningly. James Bond can't have love handles, he said, leaning back and patting his stomach. I'm sure that's not a problem for you, I said with a laugh, thinking he was joking. It became immediately clear that he wasn't. I knew that actors and actresses made sacrifices to look the way they did, but I'd never really thought much about it. I just enjoyed looking at the results. Gabe moved the fries away, and I felt a little guilty for all the ogling I'd done. My trainer will be pissed, he said. He looked so sad that I was momentarily speechless. When can you have a burger and fries again? I asked. He glanced down at the tape recorder as if it was a snake ready to strike. After Bond, he said. Unless we start shooting the second movie right away. Then it's protein shakes and lettuce until we're done. He held up his almost empty beer glass and gave it a loving look. Farewell, friend, he said before finishing it. There was a long silence and then he smiled, but not a real smile. It was funny how I could tell them apart already. Not that I'm complaining, he said. His voice was a little lower, a little slower. Not drunk, but on his way. Are you excited? I asked. About Bond? I'm lucky, he said as if that was the same thing. It's the role of a lifetime, I said. I was their second choice, Gabe said. They wanted Ollie. I froze. Now we were getting somewhere. I knew that this was what I needed, what I'd come for, yet I couldn't ignore that extremely icky feeling knowing that I was possibly, maybe taking advantage of the fact that Gabe was more intoxicated than he should be. But this was a job, to me and to him, and if anything, this had leveled the playing field. Plus, if I were a guy, I might not even have these guilty feelings, let alone acknowledge them. I'd probably be ordering him another drink or offering to buy him shots. I couldn't let my crush on Gabe keep me from getting a good story. Ah, Gabe said, leaning back. You'd prefer Ollie too? No. No? I don't have a preference, I said. It was a lie. Because of course I had a preference. In life, in my fantasies, it was always Gabe. But I knew what critics had been saying. Because while Gabe was gorgeous, he wasn't a natural fit for Bond. Not the way that Oliver was. Oliver Matthias was sophisticated. Cultured. It was the accent, of course, but he was an intellectual as well. An Oxford grad. Someone who had performed in the West End, doing Shakespeare and Beckett. He had years of experience, starring in a BBC teen comedy version of Pride and Prejudice when he was 16. Then returning to the small screen to do a miniseries version of Cyrano de Bergerac after university. Even a prosthetic nose had done nothing to dim his appeal with his female fans, myself included. I might have even had a poster of him as Darcy when I was a preteen. He was a proven leading man. But according to interviews with Ryan and the Bond producers, Oliver hadn't even been considered for the role. My journalistic senses, as immature as they were now the thing that were tingling. My mom prefers him too, Gabe said. No, she does not, I said. He raised an eyebrow at me. My mom loves Bond, he said. She said, and I quote, was Oliver not available? I winced. I know what people are saying, Gabe said. Contrary to popular opinion, I can read. No one thought you couldn't read, I said. They thought I couldn't read good, he countered with a thick, hick-like drawl. I didn't really have a response because to tell him that wasn't true would be a lie. People did think he was a bit of a rube. It didn't help that his management had been pushing that version of him up until he landed Bond. Interviews amplified his good country boy qualities, that he might have been a simple-minded community college graduate, but his talent was just as homegrown. While Oliver was someone who had been trained and cultivated, Gabe was all natural. He was genuine. But that also meant he was a harder sell in roles that went against that brand. Bond had been a surprise. It's fine, Gabe said. I've been working with a dialect coach, who promises me we'll keep my hijacks down to a minimum. I think you'll be great, I said. You're the only one, he said. There was clearly more to this. Everyone already assumed there was a rivalry between the two former co-stars. Jacinda Lockwood had been linked with Oliver before rumors of her dating Gabe emerged. Was this all part of a longer, deeper competition between the two of them? If Oliver had really been the first choice, then why didn't he get the role? Have you seen his latest movie? I asked. Oliver's. It was a period piece, romantic and epic, and the 13-year-old me that had been enamored with Oliver Matthias couldn't wait. I'm going to the premiere tomorrow, Gabe said. Looking forward to it. Jealous, I said without thinking. It wasn't that I wanted to go to that particular premiere, it was that movie premieres still held an element of magic. I'd interviewed enough celebrities to hear plenty of stories about the parties they went to, and it was hard not to feel a certain twinge of envy at spending a night dolled up and surrounded by beautiful people. They're pretty boring, Gabe said. Premieres. Maybe to you, I said, wanting to refocus the conversation before either of us could get distracted. You've stayed in touch? You and Oliver? We're friends, he said. There was something he wasn't saying, but before I could ask, he'd waved Madison over. Can I get another one? He asked, gesturing toward his empty glass. "Sure thing, hon," she said. "How about you?" she asked me. I shook my head. That would be Gabe's fourth beer, and he was definitely more than a little drunk. He slouched back in his chair more, and his eyes were hooded, flitting around the room, unable to focus. I saw my opportunity, swallowed my guilt, and took it. "Still friends even after the bond decision?" I asked. Gabe looked up at me, narrowing his eyes. For a moment, I waited, breath held, bracing for him to react negatively. To yell, or throw something. Instead he just laughed, and wagged a finger at me. "Enua," he said. "I see what you're doing." I said nothing. "We're friends," he said, enunciating each word. And he said he didn't care. He said he didn't care about the part. I asked, sensing I was getting close to something really interesting. But then, as if she had appointed herself the bouncer of Gabe's wayward tongue, Madison reappeared with his beer. "You'll need anything else?" she asked. If I didn't know any better, I would have sworn she shot me a warning look. "We're fine," I said, answering for the both of us. But she waited until Gabe nodded, waving his hand at her. "We're fine," he echoed. "Channy here is just raking me over the coals." Even tipsy, he could still get that perfect CH at the beginning of my name. "He's a good man," Madison said. I hadn't been imagining it, that had been a warning look. "I'm sure he is," I said. "It's fine," Gabe said, grinning at both of us, definitely sauced. He took another long drink. "It's fine," he said again, this time to Madison, his voice soft. "Okay," she said, and walked away, but not before tossing her beautiful hair over her shoulder in a very pointed manner. "They're protective of you here," I said once she had left. Gabe shrugged. "You and Oliver." I tried again. "Ah. Friends," Gabe said, and then crossed his arms as if he was a child about to throw a tantrum. It was clear he wasn't going to say any more, not even drunk. I was disappointed but not defeated. I changed tactics. "You're working with a dialect coach," I said. "Have you decided what kind of accent you'll be using?" "A posh British one," he said. "With a hint of Scottish. A little homage to my favorite Bond. Connery." "Connery," he confirmed. "Is that the biggest challenge with a role like this?" I asked. "The accent." He looked at me and drank his beer. He took his time. "The biggest challenge with a role like this is doing it even when you know you don't deserve it." Film fans. Tommy Jack's Review, excerpt. By David Anderson. World War II films are a dime a dozen. Every director seems to think that the shortcut to an Academy Award is making a movie where handsome young men in period clothes and dirty faces stare up at a sky full of enemy planes and then run through a muddy field as shells explode around them. Annoyingly, most of these directors are correct. These movies are, without a doubt, Oscar bait. If they are actually deserving of the award, however, remains to be seen. Tommy Jacks has all the trappings of such a film. You have the handsome young men, you have the dirty faces, and the running through the mud. There's the requisite love story between an earnest soldier and his blushing bride-to-be. There's enough patriotism to make an American flag cry. And if those were the only things it had, it would be as cliché and forgettable as most of its brothers in film. But Tommy Jacks has something that those other movies don't have. It has Oliver Matthias. As the titular Tommy, Matthias wants out of the small town, a place where he is constantly butting up against his family's expectations. It's clear, immediately, that he's too clever for his own good, that he believes he's destined for better things. Gabe Parker plays his younger brother, his opposite in every way. He's not smart. In fact, he dropped out of high school to join the family dairy farm, where he apparently spends his days shirtless and glistening in the golden-lit fields behind the house. He joins the army because I think I might be able to make a small sort of difference. There's a love triangle, I know, but trust me, please, with the two brothers in love with the same girl. She lets Matthias's character romance her with poetry and promises of a life outside their podunk town, but she accepts Parker's ring before they ship out, because, as she says, he ain't much to think about, but he sure is a lot to look at. It's clear that this has always been the case. Matthias's Tommy is too intense, too intelligent, too much for everyone, while his sweet, simple-minded brother might not be the right choice, but is the easy one. Of course, that means he has to be sacrificed at the altar of war. This isn't a spoiler. Parker's Billy is lost within the first 20 minutes of the film. A lesser writer and director could have turned this story into one about Tommy's redemption, about him leaving behind the ambition on the battlefield where his brother dies. It could have been about him stepping into his brother's shoes and learning that maybe Billy was right all along, that it's the small sort of difference that truly matters. But that's not the story of Tommy Jacks. Chapter 4. Gabe nursed the last fourth of his beer. It was still sunny out, but had gotten colder. Enough that I'd needed to pull my sweater out of my bag. I knew that we were reaching the end of the interview, that it was likely that once this beer was finished, Gabe would call for the check and it would be over. I had wanted this article to be something special. Not just to impress my editors and get more work, though that was part of it. I wanted to impress myself. Wanted to prove something. I wanted this article to be something special, because I wanted to be something special. I want to be the kind of writer that could take a subpar interview and spin it into gold. At this point, I'd be lucky if I didn't just regurgitate every other story that had already been written about Gabe. To put it mildly, I was fucked. I couldn't even really use Gabe's assertion that Oliver had been the production's first choice. It wasn't enough to prove anything. Ryan or Rick could just deny it, and I'd look foolish. But while my attempt to interview Gabe had been a complete and unmitigated disaster, Gabe's interrogation of me was going swimmingly. "You and the novelist are done, huh?" he asked. That's what I called Jeremy on the blog when I wrote about him. And since we'd just broken up again, I'd written about him recently. "Yep," I said, looking down at my notes, praying I'd thrown a secret Hail Mary in there somewhere. "We're done." The novelist. What a dumb non-pseudonym. Maybe Jeremy was right about my writing skills. After all, he was actually a novelist, with a highly anticipated first novel under contract. I maintained a navel-gazing blog and interviewed celebrities. Badly. "Our sensibilities are too disparate," he'd said when we broke up this time. "We're going in opposite directions." "Good," Gabe said. My head popped up. Gabe shrugged. He seemed like a jerk. "He had his moments," I said. I didn't know why I felt I needed to defend Jeremy when all I'd done recently was defend myself to him. "Sure," Gabe said. Weirdly, it didn't make me feel better that Gabe Parker thought my ex-boyfriend was a jerk. After all, Jeremy had broken up with me. So what did that say about me that I dated and got dumped by a jerk? Probably that I was pathetic and naive. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. Who did Gabe think he was, judging my relationships? "What about you and Jacinda?" I asked, knowing that everyone and their mother had been trying to get confirmation that they were dating. Gabe might have been the unexpected choice for Bond, but no one had blinked an eye when Jacinda Lockwood had been announced as his leading lady. The British-born model was elegant, glamorous, and pursuing an acting career. Though the press hadn't been surprised, they had definitely been snarky, declaring her overly ambitious. "Jacinda and I are just friends," Gabe said too quickly and flatly to be even remotely believable. "Sure," I said, and took a bite of a cold fry. We both knew he wasn't being entirely truthful. I didn't get it. If Gabe and Jacinda were dating, why keep it a secret? There was nothing the tabloids loved more than two beautiful people sleeping together. Even if they were both single. If I could get confirmation of their relationship or some quote acknowledging that they'd been more than just friendly, then that could make the article. It wouldn't be special, but it would have something new, at least. It would make people read. It would probably get me another job. She's a friend, Gabe said. I tried to remember all the times I'd been photographed with a friend's hand resting on my ass while we stumbled out of a bar in Paris. I'd also never wound my arms around a friend's neck, pressing my face against his cheek. Nor had I ever nibbled a friend's earlobe while sliding my hand into his shirt. All of a sudden, I wasn't sure if I really wanted Gabe to confirm that he'd slept with her. Still, I had to try. For the article. A very good friend, I've heard. Unfortunately for me, Gabe was saved by Madison's impeccable timing and an extra glass of water he hadn't ordered. He finished his beer and drank the water in one long gulp. The puppy had fallen asleep under the table. I could see her through the glass tabletop. She'd rolled around a few times, trying to get comfortable, finally resting her chin on the top of Gabe's right foot. "Is she going with you to set?" I asked. "Considering she's in the movie, yes, she'll be going with me to set," Gabe said. It took a moment before I realized that he thought I was still talking about Jacinda. I pointed through the table. "I meant your dog," I said. He looked down, and his whole body, his whole face, relaxed. "Yeah," he said. "She's going to be coming with me." "Is that why you got her?" I asked. "I've heard it can get pretty lonely, being on set, away from family and friends for months." "That's part of it," he said. He stared down at his empty water glass as if it might refill itself. I knew an opening when I saw it. "What's the other part?" I asked. He picked the puppy up and set her on his lap. She was still snoozing, with her head cradled in Gabe's arm, her nose tucked into his elbow. "I have this list," he said, "of things I'd do if I became successful. Getting a dog was one of them." He looked at me expectantly. I looked back. Because I'd heard about his list. Everyone had heard about his list. Every time he did an interview and it mentioned some new development in his life, it was usually connected back to the list. The seemingly endless list of things Gabe Parker will do when he's successful. The bookshop, of course, was always mentioned in this context. There were all the trips he'd taken with his family, to Hawaii, to Bali, to Cape Town, to Paris, where everyone thought Mama Parker might have gotten a formal introduction to Jacinda Lockwood herself. He'd bought his mom and sister cars. He'd put together a college fund for his niece. I didn't doubt that he had done all those things, but I also knew that it was very, very good publicity to talk about them. Personal, but not personal. I also knew that he was expecting me to ask the same question everyone always asked: what else was on the list? And why wouldn't he? I'd shown thus far that I was a thoroughly unoriginal interviewer. This was probably one of the last questions I would be able to ask him. "Do you want to hear about the trip we're planning to Italy?" he asked politely. "I'm taking my whole family, my mom, Lauren, Lena, and my brother-in-law, Spencer. He's never been out of the country before." I knew that's what every other interviewer would ask him. "How did you know that you'd become successful?" was what I ended up with. Of course, it came out all wrong. I flung it at him, like an accusation. Like I didn't believe he was successful. And that's how he took it. "You think I could do better than playing James Bond?" Gabe asked. His tone was light, but it seemed like there was a hint of doubt underneath it. Ridiculous. Gabe Parker did not need his ego stroked. And it wasn't really the question I was asking. I shook my head. I'm trying to ask how you knew that it was time to start fulfilling the list. It still wasn't right, but at least it made a kind of sense. Maybe not. Gabe looked at me, visibly confused. I guess what I'm asking is what makes you, Gabe Parker, feel like a success? I asked, continuing to blabber when his expression didn't change. You know, for some people, success might mean honors and accolades. My ex, for example, said he would never feel like a success unless he'd won a National Book Award or some other big-name award like that. The novelist, Gabe said. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. I ignored it. But for me, I think of success as being able to work whenever and as often as I want. Being able to support myself comfortably just through my writing. Gabe leaned back in his chair, the puppy now propped up against his chest, the weirdest and most beautiful version of Madonna and Child that I'd ever seen. No one's ever asked me that, he said. I'm sure they all want to know what's on the list, I said. He nodded. The puppy yawned. So? I asked. What does success look like to Gabe Parker? He looked at me and didn't say anything for a good long while. If it wasn't for the unwavering eye contact, I might have thought he'd fallen asleep or something. But he was over there thinking. Thinking hard. Then, without looking away, he raised his hand, indicating for the check. Want to get out of here? He asked. Yes, I said. The _jam_dot_com.blogspot.com. I'm not good. I'm not bad. I'm just right. Someone once said that choosing to be a writer was like choosing to be slapped in the face repeatedly. Was it Salinger who said it? Hemingway? No, it was a girl in my first-year fiction workshop who came to class drunk on peach schnapps, tossed her short story at our teacher, threw up in a trash can, and walked out of class. I think about her often. Because she was right. It's also the reason I'm pretty sure that no one actually chooses to be a writer. It's a terrible choice. Also terrible. The title of this post. I hope Stephen Sondheim will forgive me for the egregious pun. I really hope Stephen Sondheim doesn't read Blogger. I tried taking a lesson from him, and attempted writing while lying down. I fell asleep before I could write a Tony Award-worthy musical. Before I could write anything. One would think all the brilliant ideas swarming around my head would keep me awake. They didn't. The only thing that keeps me awake is the fear that I'm not a good writer. That I'm not even a bad writer. No. I'm worried I'm just a boring one. And that feels like the worst option of all. Exochani. Chapter 5. The house was beautiful. And enormous. There are 8 bedrooms, the real estate agent said. Plus a pool house that can easily be renovated into a 2-bedroom guest house. 3 acres with a pool and hot tub. Screening room in the basement, next to the gym. 4 bathrooms. Kitchen. Wine cellar. I had never been in a house as large as this one. The amount of space was obscene. 8 bedrooms. A gym. A sauna. As far as I could tell, Gabe was one person. What did he need with all this space? I glanced over at him, but he was being paid the big acting bucks for a reason. His face was inscrutable. I couldn't tell if he loved the place or was 5 seconds away from picking up a chair and throwing it through the glass doors because he wanted 9 bedrooms, damn it. Even though he'd gotten more than a little drunk during lunch, he didn't seem the type to throw a tantrum over the number of bedrooms available to him. Do you mind if I take a look around? Gabe asked the real estate agent. Not at all, she said, taking the hint and leaving the room. We were in the kitchen. It was clean and modern, with shiny chrome everything and big windows that opened up onto a yard that was truly gorgeous. Impeccably maintained, it looked like a museum lawn. What do you think? Gabe asked. It's beautiful, I said honestly. He looked at me and crossed his arms. But. How do you know there's a but? I asked, immediately regretting the way I'd worded that. He laughed. It was a great laugh, all low and dark and rich. If chocolate cake had a laugh, it would be that. I kept moving my hand toward my bag, my fingers itching to pull out my tape recorder again, but I was worried that if I did, the happy, relaxed look on Gabe's face would disappear. Instead, I just tried to remember as much as I could, hoping that I could use this in my piece. You're not in love, he said. What? He gestured. With the house, he said. I can tell. The puppy was playing in the grass outside, her tail twitching as she flopped from side to side. What don't you like about it? He asked. It doesn't matter, I said. I'm not the one buying the house. Why did Gabe care what I thought about a multi-million-dollar mansion that he might or might not buy? It's not like I'd be coming over to hang out at his pool on the weekends. I almost snarkily suggested that he call Jacinda and ask her, but I held my tongue. I'd still like to hear your thoughts, Gabe said. Would you buy this house? I laughed. There's no universe where I'd be in a position to buy a house like this. It's huge. Gabe nodded. It is pretty large. Are your mom and sister going to move to LA? I asked. This time, he was the one who laughed. I can get my family here for premieres and awards, but that's about it. There's no way either of them would consider moving to LA. They love Montana too much to leave. Besides, they have the cozy. I nodded. I thought about telling him that I had ordered a few books from them online, which I'd received with a handwritten note thanking me for my business and a recommendation for another book based on the ones I'd just bought. The suggestion had been spot on and I ended up ordering it from them as well. Mentioning it to Gabe, though, felt a little teacher's pet. Why? Do you visit them a lot? I asked. Gabe nodded, still looking around. I bought a house for my mom and then helped my sister and brother-in-law with the down payment on theirs. I usually stay at an apartment above the store when I visit. He put his hands on his hips. My manager said that it's a waste of money to keep renting a house here, that I should just buy something. You'd have plenty of space for your family when they come to visit, I said. I told them I wanted a pool and guest rooms, but now that I'm seeing it, I don't know if I need this much space. He looked thoughtful. I like my current place a lot. It is really nice, I agreed. Seems like it suits you. He grinned at me as if I'd said something profound. That's funny, he said. Because even though I've never lived here before, the place feels kind of nostalgic for me. Almost like it's part of a collective memory about Los Angeles. He leaned back on his heels. It has this great energy, you know? I did know. Sorry, he said. That probably sounds pretty cheesy. It's just I can totally picture Brian Wilson hanging out by my pool, or Dennis Hopper rummaging through my fridge. I nodded eagerly. I know exactly what you mean. You can practically smell the weed and righteous rebellion. He laughed. You should get a house like that, I said. Not something big and grand like this. A home. Unfortunately, I said that right as the real estate agent was walking back into the room. I think you're right, Gabe said before turning to her. I might need to rethink what I'm looking for. Of course, she said with a smile, but the moment he turned away, she shot me a glare. I couldn't really blame her. I'd be pissed too if I lost the commission on this house. We drove back to his rental in Laurel Canyon. The puppy fell asleep in his lap, but rested her nose on the armrest between us, her hot breath tickling my elbow. Gabe didn't say much on the ride home, gazing out the window while I only got lost once. "Hey," he said, as I stopped at a stop sign. "The mountains." I glanced over to what he was pointing at. We were almost to his house, about to go around one of the many cliffside curves. The sun was beginning to set. "Gold and pink," he said. It was beautiful, a shadow across half of the valley, the rest of it looking like it had been painted with vibrant watercolors. Behind me, a car honked. As I pulled into his driveway, I knew that I'd totally blown the interview. That I was going to have to go back to my little apartment that I shared with two people I didn't like very much and attempt to write an article that I knew was not going to be very good. It would be functional and it would serve its purpose. I'd find a way to make Gabe seem like he was a perfect fit for Bond, but it wouldn't be anything more than that. It wouldn't be special, and I desperately wanted to write something that was special. I shut off the car and turned to Gabe, planning to thank him for his time and make as much of a gracious exit as I could. "I should probably have some coffee," he said before I could even open my mouth. "Do you want some coffee?" "I don't drink coffee," I said. It was such a dumb thing to say. If it meant more time with Gabe, I could drink coffee. I could choke down a whole fucking carafe of it. "I have tea," Gabe said. Vanity Fair. Gabe Parker, The Man Who Would Be Bond, excerpt. By Tash Claiborne. He can't stop gushing about his family. Parker is the youngest of two, though we were practically raised as twins, he says. We shared birthday parties, shared a room, shared almost everything until she started going to school. I know technically you're only Irish twins if you were born within the same year, but we're only 13 months apart. Maybe you could call that Montana twins, or something. He has equally loving things to say about his niece, who just turned 2. She's the love of my life, he tells me, pulling out a picture of a chubby-cheeked child with dark curls. I mean, she's way smarter than I am, but besides that we're actually pretty similar. When I go visit my family, it's usually just the two of us at the kids' table, laughing at how silly peas are. Because they're pretty silly, aren't they? We talk about his list about the things he always wanted to do when he became successful and how most of them ended up being gifts for his family. My mom was a high school teacher, he says. We didn't have the kind of money that other families had to go on trips and vacations. I wanted to take her everywhere that she dreamed of going. They've been to Bali, Paris, Argentina, and Kenya. Next on the list. She wants to eat her way through Italy, he says. I think we're going to take the whole family for that one. All that in addition to the bookstore he bought for her and his sister. The Cozy. He makes sure I write the website down. They have everything. Books, crafts, everything. And if you aren't sure what you want, write them an email, they're great at recommendations. Chapter 6. I used to have a good recipe for chai, Gabe said as he rummaged through his kitchen. But I keep misplacing it. You have a recipe for chai? I asked. From Preeti, he said. She used to bring it to work every morning and it always smelled so amazing. She gave me the recipe on our last day. He pulled his head out of the cabinet, revealing a box of pink tea bags in his hand. Is Peach okay? I nodded, wondering who he had bought peach tea for. Why do you hate New York? Gabe asked as we waited for the water to boil. I don't hate New York, I said, once I realized that he was recalling the part of the conversation we'd had at the restaurant where he had essentially handed me my ass for being presumptuous and unprofessional. I think you do, he said. He was spooning ground coffee into a pour-over. Jeremy had been big on coffee, very particular about what he drank and how he made it. I'd admired the ritual of it all. I liked rituals. It's just not for me, I said. Like coffee. Gabe nodded. It's nice to visit, I said, feeling like I had to explain myself. And I liked going into the city to see shows when I was in college. At Sarah Lawrence. At Sarah Lawrence. Not an all-girls school, Gabe said, as if he wanted to prove that he'd done his research. Not an all-girls school, I said. Not since the 50s or 60s. What kind of shows did you see? Mostly musicals, I said. I like musicals. The kettle began to whistle. Gabe shut it off, but the kitchen wasn't quiet. It took me a moment to realize that Gabe had started whistling. And that he was whistling a familiar tune. You know Into the Woods? I asked. Maybe, he said. He had been humming last midnight. You like the theater, Gabe said. But nothing else. No, I said. I like the food. No one does bagels or pizza like New York. Their Chinese food is better too. I still can't find a place here that does a decent scallion pancake. And that's it, he said. The smell of coffee filled the kitchen. It was a smell I loved, ironic because I didn't like the taste of coffee at all. Jeremy had kept telling me that it was something you had to get used to, but I never had. I was content just to smell it whenever he made a cup. It always smelled cozy to me, and it smelled that way now, Gabe and me standing in his kitchen together while his puppy stretched out on her belly, looking a bit like a surfboard, chin against the floor. I guess it feels like you have to choose, I said. Between New York and LA. And I choose LA. You're loyal to your hometown. Yeah, I said. Especially because New Yorkers can be such jerks about LA. They really think they have the cultural upper hand. But they don't have tacos, he said. But they don't have tacos, I said. Gabe poured some hot water into my cup and I watched as it bloomed a bright, vibrant pink. I dunked the tea bag a couple of unnecessary times and left it, the water going fully fuchsia. When does he move? Gabe asked. The novelist. I shrugged as I took an exploratory sip of my tea. It was weird that Gabe had read my blog. That he knew about Jeremy. Knew that he was moving to New York. Probably soon, I said. I knew he thought he needed to ensconce himself in the literary scene in order to write the kind of book he wanted to write. The kind of book he had promised to his publisher. I think I'd pick LA too, Gabe said. How's the tea? Good, I said. You really should try that chai recipe, he said, before turning to search again. If you find it. I said. I thought it was in here. His voice was slightly muffled from inside the cabinet. You'll just have to give me your number so I can send it to you. Ha, I said, but when he turned around, hand outstretched, gesturing toward my bag, I realized he was serious. I'll text it to you when I find it, he said. Wordlessly, I dug my phone out of my bag and handed it to him, extremely grateful I'd remembered to remove his photo from my lock screen. He still raised his eyebrow at my ancient phone, but didn't say anything, typing in his number. There was a buzz, and he pulled out his phone, the highest-end iPhone that money could buy, and saved my contact information. When he handed back my sad little phone with its cracked screen, I saw that he'd put his number in as Gabe Parker, Team LA. I smiled at that. It was getting late. My tea was getting cold. I should probably go, I said. Gabe nodded. I should probably watch the Philadelphia Story, he said. Even though someone told me it's sexist. I opened my mouth to apologize, but he smiled, indicating that he was teasing me. The warmth I felt in the center of my chest was not a result of the tea. Just part of it, I said. It is a good movie otherwise. Oliver likes it, Gabe said. He said we'd talk about it after the premiere. It seemed that the tabloids were completely wrong about Gabe and Oliver's so-called rivalry. Going to a former co-star's movie premiere was just good business, but planning to discuss a movie that was assigned homework for a role they'd maybe both been considered for. That seemed like actual friendship. Maybe the rumors they'd both dated Jacinda were wrong too. Maybe all the rumors were wrong. I bet you'll have fun, I said. He shrugged. If you think standing around in uncomfortable clothes while everyone tells Oliver how handsome and talented he is sounds fun, then yeah, it will be a blast. His tone was light. At least you won't have to wear heels, I said. You don't know what outfit I've chosen, he said. I laughed. You wouldn't have to wear heels, he said. If you were free tomorrow night. The rest of my laugh was snatched right out of my throat. Was Gabe Parker asking me to go to a premiere with him? Gabe's phone buzzed. What is it? I asked, glad that I didn't have to respond to what was probably not really an invitation to Oliver Matias's movie premiere. Just my manager, he said. His expression indicated that whatever his manager wanted was not something Gabe was excited about giving. Can I ask you something? Sure, I said. Gabe put his phone away, shoving his hand in his pocket after it. Have you seen Angels in America? I've read the play, I said. But I've never seen it. You know the story, though, he said. Yes. Gabe looked down at the ground, and then up at me. Do you think it's a problem that I've kissed a man on stage? No, I said. Quickly. He lifted an eyebrow. No? No, I said. Gabe crossed his arms and leaned back against the counter as if he was settling in. I shouldn't have taken it as an invitation. I did. Angels in America is a great play, I said. Probably one of the best contemporary plays ever written. People should be using that as an indication that you're a really good actor, not obsessing over the fact that you made out with another man. Unstage. I mean, even if you had made out with another man in the alley next to the theater, it shouldn't matter, right? If you're a good actor, you should be able to play Bond, and people who are freaking out because of one play you did in college have way too much time on their hands and are way too interested in your personal life. If their idea of masculinity is so fragile that the mere thought of you locking lips with someone of the same gender makes their head explode, then they have bigger problems than which actor should play James Bond in a movie. I ran out of air and stopped, catching my breath, while Gabe stared. I'm sorry, I said. I was on my soapbox again. Gabe looked a little dazed, but not like I'd hit him with a baseball bat, more like I'd flashed him. Like, he was surprised, but it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I didn't think it was possible for so many words to come out of somebody's mouth that quickly, he said. And I auditioned for Gilmore Girls. I can get a little worked up, I said. I like it, he said. It seemed genuine, but I had a hard time believing that a movie star like Gabe Parker actually enjoyed being lectured by a lanky, loudmouthed Jew who was just supposed to interview him, not rant about systemic homophobia. I should go, I said. He didn't argue, which basically confirmed my suspicions. I knelt to give his still unnamed dog a scratch behind her ears. She rolled over and showed me her belly, so I rubbed that like a magic lamp before I stood. Thank you for your time, I said, realizing how formal I sounded. It was how I should have conducted the entire interview, but it was a little too late for that. The corners of Gabe's mouth quirked upward, barely hiding a smile. You're very welcome, he said. Okay, well. I started backing toward the door. Bye, then. Bye, he said. Bye. I lifted a hand as I got to the door, finally turning away. Chani, he said. Damn it, he was really good at saying my name. Yeah? I twisted around quickly. Too quickly to play it off as cool, but I tried anyways. Yeah? I asked again. This time he did smile. Call me if you want to go to the premiere, he said. We'd have fun. Go fug yourself. The fashion at the Shared Hearts premiere. True Blue. Matthias's former co-star Gabe Parker attended to lend his support, though he didn't come alone. Parker's date was unknown, but her sparkly blue number was a delight to the senses. Wonder if she wore it to match with Parker's favorite blue suit. As all fuggirls know, the real way to show a man that you care is through your sartorial choices. Chapter 7. The restaurant is still around, which is an accomplishment in itself. Even though I've driven by this place on multiple occasions since I moved back to LA, I've childishly averted my eyes every time I passed the block. And I've certainly never gone inside. I would think about that beer, though, and my mouth would water. I park on a side street, and check 3 things before I get out of the car. I check that my shirt, with its once and forever wayward middle button, is neatly clasped. I check that my notebook is still in my bag. And I check my chin for the little black hair that I'm always plucking and yet still manages to find a way to grow back at the most inconvenient times. It has decided not to join me today, and for that I'm grateful. The interior of the pub is the same. Jarringly so. I find myself looking for the waitress, Madison, when I walk through. Part of me expects to see her, and for her to still be pregnant. It's ridiculous, I know, but the whole thing already feels surreal. It only becomes more surreal when I realize that even if Madison still works here, she's now the mother of a 10-year-old. The passage of time suddenly feels real and oppressive. It's been a year since I've moved back to LA, and I keep waiting for it to feel like home again. Instead it feels like an old sweater I found in the back of my closet, one that I remember fitting perfectly, only when I put it on, it's stiff and plasticky, permanently creased from being forgotten. I wonder, sometimes, if this is my penance for leaving LA for New York in the first place. Then I remember that Jews don't believe in penance. Not like that, at least. I duck into the bathroom before I head to the patio. I press my hands to the cold porcelain of the sink and tell myself that this is just another interview. I've gotten good at lying to myself when it comes to Gabe. The last time we met, we were young and brash and stupid. I remind myself that 2 people can experience the same exact thing in completely different ways. I remind myself that I now know better. My phone buzzes. It's a text from Katie. You can say yes, she writes. She'd read a book recently about saying yes to things. To life. To opportunity. To everything. I like saying no, I told her when she offered this advice the first time. Only because you don't know how to say yes, she'd countered. Katie Don was someone who loved her mantras, celebrated the start of astrology seasons like people celebrated the start of baseball, and who I'd once seen swish mouthwash with her pinky raised. She was the best friend I'd ever had. She's a kook, Jeremy had always said with affection. She's the kind of person who would accidentally join an MLM scheme and somehow manage to either make money or take it over from the inside. He wasn't wrong. Katie was the only thing that Jeremy and I had really fought about during the divorce. Jeremy argued that he should have first dibs because he'd met her in undergrad. That the only reason I knew her was because of him. I had countered that Katie was an adult woman who could make her own choices when it came to friendship. Katie had promised that she could remain friends with both of us, but in the end, she came to LA with me. We lived in the same building, like we were college students in a dorm. I'd come home some days and find a bag of crystals on my doorstep, or a note reminding me that Mercury was in retrograde. It seems like Mercury is always in retrograde these days. But Katie is a reminder that even though it had gotten bad the last year or so between Jeremy and me, there had been some good there too. You gave it your best shot, she'd told me. But you were up against the stars. That was her way of saying our astrological signs weren't compatible. I didn't believe it, not really, but I did take some comfort in the belief that someone else thought the end of my marriage was inevitable in some way. That it wasn't my fault. Say yes, she texts again as if she might not have been clear enough the first time. I roll my eyes and put my phone away. There are several things she could be referring to, but it's probably in regard to the email I'd gotten from my agent after accepting this assignment. She wants me to pitch another collection of essays. My editor wants to buy one. I know they're both thinking that this article would be the centerpiece of that theoretical book. I keep telling them to wait. I don't know what I'm asking them to wait for. They're both thrilled I'm doing this interview. Everyone involved is looking to capture the same lightning in a bottle that happened the first time, when my article about Gabe made him a believable Bond and me a marketable name. I don't want to be ungrateful, but I also know that the main reason I got my first book deal was because I was that writer. The one that didn't sleep with Gabe Parker, or did sleep with him, depending on what part of the internet you visit. It's not exactly what I want to be known for. But I don't really have a choice. I step out of the bathroom and head to the patio. 10 years ago, it was a sunny winter day. Today is overcast. It's a good day for writing, for holing up inside with a cup of tea and working until your eyes are bleary and you've missed dinner. I wrap my cardigan around me, second-guessing my outfit. I know that for the most part, I look the same. The changes are small, my jeans aren't as tight, my eyesight isn't as good. There are some witchy whites threaded through my hair, which is bangless and has been for years. I wonder what Gabe will think of me now. I wish I didn't. I wish I didn't care. I wish this was like the other celebrity profiles I do these days, where I don't worry what the person thinks of me. Where I don't wonder what they remember about the weekend. About that night in New York. About that phone call. I wish I didn't keep wondering what if. Of course, I know what Gabe looks like now. I did my research. Technically, I never stopped doing my research, but it was nice to tell myself I had an excuse to look up pictures of him. The last time he'd been photographed was a few months ago when he was filming the Philadelphia story. He'd been clean-cut and groomed in a dreamy 1940s modern mashup reminiscent of his predecessor, Cary Grant. He'd looked good, his jawline still razor-sharp with just the right amount of salt peppered through his dark hair. There are a few people scattered about, but that famous jawline is nowhere to be seen. My heart is fluttering at the base of my throat, and I hate how nervous I am. Does Gabe feel the way that I do, the way I wish I didn't, as if those 3 days 10 years ago have been suspended in time? Perfectly frozen like a mosquito in amber. I'm about to head inside, when I feel a hand on my elbow. I turn, already knowing it's him. Channy, Gabe says. He has a beard now. But he still knows how to say my name. Tell me something I don't know reviews. Horowitz's much-anticipated collection gathers some of her best works, including, of course, the infamous Gabe Parker interview, and includes some new pieces. Her writing sparkles with humor and wit. Reading it, you'll feel like you're talking to your best friend if your best friend was the type of person who snuck out of the newest James Bond's house in the middle of the night. Broadsheets. Fans of Horowitz's profiles will love Tell Me Something I Don't Know. A fizzy, light-hearted read, it's the perfect book to toss into your beach bag. You'll tan while you giggle at her best hits. Her Gabe Parker profile is of course the star of the collection, and grin at the new additions. Publishers Weekly. Tell Me Something I Don't Know is a bubble bath in a book, soothing and calming, the perfect balm for the end of a long day. The collection revolves around her viral hit, Gabe Parker, Shaken, Not Stirred, and readers will wince again with embarrassment as she recounts how she blew her once-in-a-lifetime chance with the Bond star after attending a house party of his and passing out in his guest room. Kirkus Reviews. Apparently, Horowitz is a fairly beloved celebrity interviewer. This reviewer could not say how or why even the profiles included in her collection of essays are self-serving and self-centered. Everything is about her. It's kind of cute at first, the way it's cute when your child asks you a precocious question, like, "Daddy, why is the grass green?" But when that question is asked over and over and over again, it doesn't seem cute. Instead, it seems likely that something is wrong with your child and their intelligence. One only has to read her infamous interview with Bond star Gabe Parker to realize exactly why she's gotten any attention for her mediocre writing. Goodreads. Chani Horowitz is a slut. Reddit. Chapter 8. Hi, he says. I stare. I'd been expecting a version of the Gabe from photos. A combination of that and who he'd been 10 years ago. Boyish. Open. Carelessly handsome. He's still handsome, breathtakingly so, but it isn't careless anymore. There's the beard hiding the lower part of his face and the baseball cap which tries to conceal the rest of it. But he tilts his head back far enough so I can see his eyes. He looks tired and worn, but it suits him. Or rather, it suits me. It blunts his beauty a bit, makes him seem more real, more touchable, which in turn makes him seem more distant. It's good to see you, Gabe says. He's still holding my elbow and I can feel the warmth of his fingers through my sweater. Anyang, I say. And I know, right then, that all the growing up I thought I'd done, all the walls I'd erected around my heart after 6 years of marriage and what since then has felt like constant heartache, are damn near useless against this. I also know the answer to my question. About what he remembers. How much he remembers. Amber, meet Mosquito. We sit, and he takes off his hat. He's had a beard before a while back, seen briefly in the grainy photos of him being escorted into rehab. The first time. The tabloids had made a point to focus on his weight gain and the loss of the Bond six-pack, but plenty of people complained about the beard or the scruffy way he was wearing his hair. His hair has far more grey than I would have expected, far more than I saw in pictures. Contradictory bitch that I am, I prefer this look. I don't mind that he's gained weight. Don't mind that I can see a curl of chest hair peering out from the undone top button of his shirt. Don't mind that he's gotten older. I'd seen a hint of what it had cost to look the way he did on the big screen back then. Starving himself, waxing his chest, getting things plucked and shined and oiled. It had been part of the job and even then, he hadn't complained. I like this version of him better. I don't want to like him. Not the way I liked him back then, that starry-eyed girl who had fallen head and heart first into what turned out to be the generic trap of celebrity. Gabe is a movie star. An actor. It's his job to make people fall in love with him. At least I hadn't fallen in love with him. I hadn't. Because that would have been truly ridiculous. For years, I've been trying in my way to escape this magnetic pull he's had over my life and my career. And today I'm stepping right back into its force field. Part of me wants to get up and run. I don't like how my heart is racing. Don't like that my palms are sweaty. Don't like that I'm having almost the exact same reaction to him that I had 10 years ago. I'd been so sure that I knew better by now. Maybe my mind does, but my body sure as hell hasn't gotten the memo. Gabe looks up and smiles. And damn it if my heart doesn't skip a beat. Fuck. He sits there, across from me, and people are staring. He is, after all, impossible to ignore. I smooth my hands down the front of my shirt, my fingers checking that button one last time. His eyes follow the gesture and they linger there for a moment. At first, I think he might be staring at my boobs, but then I realize he's looking at my fingers. Specifically, at my ring finger. The last time he did that, I'd been wearing my wedding band. But I stopped wearing it after the party with Jeremy in Brooklyn. When I knew my marriage was over, even if we still managed to draw it out for almost a year with therapy and promises to change. I pointedly return the gaze, staring at Gabe's hands. No ring. Still, he holds them up like a magician pretending he has nothing to hide. But 10 years ago, that hadn't been the case. Gabe had lied to me about Jacinda. When he flew to Vegas days after the interview went viral, he'd made me feel like a fool. Not just because I'd repeated that lie about them to the whole world in my article, but because I'd believed him. If I had known. I'd felt a lot of things when I heard the news, but mostly I felt angry and humiliated. It's what I allowed myself to feel. Because those emotions were powerful and protective. They helped keep Gabe and my memories of him at arm's length. It was easier to be angry at him. I summon that anger again. Gabe, of course, has no idea what is going on in my head. He's looking at me, studying me, but I'm doing everything I can to keep my expression neutral. It's you, he says. As if he hadn't just had his hand on my elbow. As if he hadn't come across the room to get me. As if we haven't just walked over to this table and sat down together. As if it hasn't been 10 years since I walked out of his rental house in Laurel Canyon, blinking in the sunlight, the ground beneath me somehow farther away than it had been the day before. If I'm not careful, I'll crack. I'll smile at him. I'll melt. It will be as if I've learned nothing. Instead, I lean into my anger. Mr. Parker, I say. He frowns. That bad, huh? He asks. I take out my phone. Set it to record. Shall we begin? The rumor mill. Jacinda confirmed, and wed. Just days after a broadsheets profile championed the newest Bond, Gabe Parker surprised fans by leaving set to marry co-star Jacinda Lockwood in Las Vegas. The now viral article refuted any involvement between the two, but it's clear that reporter Chani Horowitz didn't get the whole story. The marriage was confirmed by both Parker's and Lockwood's management, who then released a statement saying Gabe and Jacinda's relationship and their marriage will remain private, but they appreciate the outpouring of love and support from their fans. It's quite a reversal from their recent claims that they were just friends. As for Lockwood, she's gained herself a reputation for being a heartbreaker and homewrecker, having been linked to Parker's former co-star Oliver Matias and more than one married director. She's continued to deny all rumors, even after she was named in a particularly scandalous divorce settlement. I was just as surprised as everyone else, Horowitz said when reached for comment. I wish them nothing but the best. Chapter 9. Gabe gestures for me to order first. They still have that same sour beer, which I get with my burger. Wait, I tell the waitress, after Gabe asks for a burger and water. No beer. His sobriety is one of the things we're supposed to talk about today. One of the things he's been very transparent in discussing. It's okay, Gabe says. The waitress, not Madison, but a bracingly young brunette, pauses, pen poised above the order pad. Are you sure? I ask. I'm flattered you still like that one, he says. I'd forgotten how damn charming he is. Okay, I say. Keep the beer. I can already tell I'm going to need it. The waitress nods, and if she's impressed by Gabe's celebrity, she doesn't show it. She leaves and I check the recording app. Shall we begin? I ask again. If you'd like, Gabe says. That's why I'm here, I say. He gives me a long searching look. All right, he says when he's done. I feel squirmy under his gaze, and it takes everything in my power to keep from shifting in my seat. I sit tall instead, and tap my pen on my open notebook. This time, I came prepared. Because I feel like I have something to prove. To Gabe. To myself. I'm nervous, but it's not the same kind of nervousness. Back then, I'd approached my interviews with a certain arrogance, a confidence that I could make something out of whatever I received. Sometimes I look back on my 26-year-old self and am amazed at the boldness with which she approached the world. Sometimes I look back and wince at her unfounded confidence. Right now, I'm wincing. Your career has taken some interesting twists and turns since we last spoke, I say. That's a generous way of saying I drunkenly embarrassed myself in front of the entire world and got fired from a role no one thought I deserved in the first place, Gabe says. And that was just the beginning. You still don't think you deserve to be Bond? I ask, even though the answer is obvious. When it was discovered that he had been partially correct, that the producers and Ryan Ulrich had lied about him being the first choice, when the real reason they'd chosen him over Oliver had been revealed, I'd thought about that. How it made sense that someone who had gotten the role of a lifetime could be as miserable about it as Gabe had been. It's why I wasn't that surprised when his tenure as Bond ended the way it did. He stares at his hands, palms down on the table. Who really feels that they deserve the good things they get, he asks. I don't have a response for him, and already this interview is more philosophical and unguarded than our last one. Back then, Gabe seemed like he'd rather chew off his right arm than speak freely about anything. Now, he seems hell-bent on exposing himself, warts and all. I don't know whether or not to take it personally. Let's talk about sobriety, I say. Even though he's done numerous interviews about it, I know it's still the thing most people want to read about. I know Broadsheets wants a quote or two. Let's, Gabe says. How long have you been sober for? Coming up on 2 years, he says. Tried a few times before, but this is my longest stretch so far. I wondered how much Gabe remembers from all those years ago. If he even knows who he spoke to the night before he went to rehab that first time. Like the question of Jacinda, I'm torn between wanting to know and wanting to willfully ignore the elephant in the corner. How does that feel? I ask instead. Even if I want to know the truth, this isn't the time. Maintaining your sobriety for that long. He leans back. Honestly. Of course, I say. It's the accomplishment I'm proudest of, he says. Bond is nothing in comparison. He looks up at me. What are you most proud of, Channy? What a question. This isn't about me, I say, annoyed that he's trying to turn this interview back at me. Again. He shrugs. Is it a struggle to maintain your sobriety now that you're working again? I ask. Sometimes, he says. But I have a great sponsor and therapist, and I lean on them when I feel the urge to drink. I've had to reframe my impulses, training myself to go for the phone instead of the bottle. Or to a meeting, but that's a little harder when you're not really able to be anonymous. It's sort of a joke, but I don't smile. Because even though I didn't give Gabe an answer to his question, I'm still thinking about it. And I realize, in a way, that article is the one I'm proudest of. It's not because it's the one that went viral, and got me an agent and a book deal. It's because it was special. Because I made it special. Nothing since then has come close to feeling as satisfying or triumphant. And even so, that pride I feel at the work has been tempered by the reality of how it's been received. How I've been received. There's no denying that my career is intrinsically linked to Gabe's. To Gabe. No matter what I do, no matter what I write, there will always be a footnote in my career, if not the footnote. It makes it hard to know if my pride in that piece is well earned, or if it just went viral because of its content. Our drinks arrive and we both stare at my beer. It's okay, really, he says. I don't spend a lot of time at clubs or bars anymore, but I can handle someone having a drink at lunch. I take the world's tiniest sip. How has sobriety changed your life? I ask. There had been rumors of Gabe's drinking problem during the filming of Murder on Wheels, his second Bond film 6 or 7 years ago, but his management had denied and distracted until they couldn't anymore. How hasn't it? He asks. Sobriety, like addiction, informs almost everything I do. When I was deep into my addiction, all I thought about was getting drunk. What did drinking give you? Distance, he says. Distance. It was a way to avoid the things I didn't want to confront, he says. Drinking was a way to pretend that they weren't happening. A way to escape what I was feeling. My insecurities. My fears. My shame. My inadequacies as an actor. As a person. I noticed then how still Gabe is. How he's sitting there, across from me, and not fidgeting, not restlessly moving. Sobriety gives me strength, he says. The strength to face the things I wanted to hide from. Like your marriage? I ask. Success was what I'd meant to say. Not marriage. And I definitely hadn't meant to ask it in that bitter, angry tone. I didn't really want to talk about him and Jacinda. This interview already feels dangerously personal, with Gabe being as vulnerable and open as he is. It makes it hard to be angry at him. But that anger is what's protecting me. I need it. Chani, Gabe says, and his eyes are so very sad. But before he can say any more, our food arrives. He watches me put my fries on my burger, and after I've taken a bite, swallowed, and glanced back at my notebook looking for another question, he picks up right where we left off. I fucked up a lot, he says. And my marriage? He pauses. It was complicated. But I don't regret it. It's a bit like a boot to the chest, those words. Why would you? I ask, going for breezy. Jacinda Lockwood is the most beautiful woman in the world. That had been the headline they gave her when she landed on the cover of Vogue this last spring. She was a good friend to me, Gabe says. Is a good friend. I say, looking down at my notebook, looking for questions that will get us away from this topic. What about you? He asks. I didn't marry Jacinda Lockwood, I say. You did marry the novelist, he says. Jeremy, I say. The man with his finger on the pulse of modern literature, Gabe says. It was a pull quote from the New York Times review of Jeremy's first book. The day he'd heard had been a good day. It had been a struggle for him to write the book. When I moved to New York, the release date had been pushed out twice and he still barely had a manuscript. This time he had been the one struggling with focus. By that point, I was working consistently and managed to convince Jeremy to stick to a rigid writing schedule in order to get the book done. He'd resisted at first, but it was successful in the end. When we heard the news, we'd both been working non-stop, him gearing up for his book's release and me with an avalanche of projects that I had been happy to have but happier to be done with. We'd taken a day to enjoy the city, spending the morning at the Met and then walking across the Brooklyn Bridge, getting ice cream on the other side. The whole outing, really, had been an attempt to distract from the news that would be coming from Jeremy's publisher. And it had been there, at the base of the bridge, ice cream melting down my wrist, that Jeremy had learned that the New York Times had loved his book. We'd shared a kiss that was sticky and jubilant, and then, with a smear of my pistachio on his cheek, Jeremy had gotten down on one knee. "You inspire me," he'd said. "Every day we're together, you inspire me. Please, Chani Horowitz, will you be my wife and my muse for the rest of our lives?" There had been a crowd, and when I'd said yes, everyone had applauded. I ducked my hot, happy face into Jeremy's neck while he beamed at Manhattan. We took a cab to Grand Central to eat oysters because it had felt so New York and so glamorous, and we'd walked home, Jeremy telling me that he loved me over and over and over again. That memory combined with this current moment is like emotional whiplash. Gabe mistakes the look on my face for something else. "You were always surprised when I was prepared," he says. I refocus, and try to forget the melted ice cream kind of love that is now gone. That sometimes feels like it never really existed. "Always?" I ask. "This is only the second time we've ever done this." Gabe raises an eyebrow. I feel like I'm on unsteady ground. Because I don't know how to think about that weekend. In some ways it seems so long ago, in other ways, it feels like I've been haunted by those days, the nights we spent together. "You moved back to Montana for a while," I say. He nods. "My family wanted me to be close by," he says. "And Hollywood isn't great for people in recovery. Even if I was ready to start working again, even if anyone was interested in hiring me, the whole culture around movies, all the parties and events, it involves a lot of alcohol. And other stuff." I remember how I had assumed there would be cocaine at his house party. "You moved to New York," he says. "It's what writers do." He probably thought that, after I read about him marrying Jacinda Lockwood in Vegas right after my article about him was published, I ran back to Jeremy, moved to New York with him, and tried to out happily ever after Gabe. "You hate New York," he says. I shrug. "I don't want to talk about our exes." It was almost a year after Gabe's marriage to Jacinda that I went to New York. Just for a visit. For work. Jeremy and I had kept in touch, and he had invited me out to dinner. He'd changed. I'd changed. Dinner became late-night drinks at his place and then brunch the next morning. The weekend became a week, and then I was heading back to LA to pack my things. We were engaged a year later. I didn't think about Gabe at all. "You're back now," Gabe says. I shrug again. "I like the newsletter," Gabe says. "Thank you," I say, because it seems rude not to. I'd switched from blogging to a monthly newsletter about 3 years ago. I'd be lying if I said I didn't wonder if he kept reading my blog after that weekend. And I'd also be lying if I said I didn't occasionally check the emails of people who subscribed to my newsletter to see if he had subscribed. I'd never seen his name, but then again, I wouldn't have been surprised if he had a private email account that he used. We both eat our burgers, and when I've finished my fries, I push the remainder of them toward him. He finishes them without a word. "So," I say, wiping my fingers. "The Philadelphia Story." "Yeah," he says. "Someone once told me it was a movie that needed an update." I know what he's doing. I know he's hoping I'll make some cute, flattered comment like, "Oh, did they?" and he'll have an opening and we'll laugh and things will be friendly and casual. I can't do that again. That girl, that brave, brash, bold, stupid girl, has to protect herself. This interview has to stay professional. From start to finish. "This is your third movie with Oliver Matias," I say. "With Ollie, yeah," Gabe says. "No hard feelings it seems," I say. "He's more forgiving than he should be," Gabe says. "I don't know if I'd do the same thing in his shoes." "Yes, you would," I say. He smiles. I almost cave. His smile is just that good, that familiar, but I remind myself how I felt when I heard about him and Jacinda. I remind myself how it felt seeing him in New York. I pay for lunch and I already know that Broadsheets is going to be disappointed with the interview I turn in. It will be fine, it will be competently written and flattering to Gabe, but it won't be anywhere near the article that I wrote 10 years ago. Because we're not the same people we were 10 years ago. That's just going to have to be good enough for Broadsheets. For the world. We step outside the restaurant and I hold out my hand, wanting to end this on a professional note. As if a handshake will give me the kind of closure I was hoping for. Wait, Gabe says. I don't want to. I've been looking at the door for the past hour, imagining myself bolting from the restaurant. Getting away from it. Getting away from him. I put my hand away. Channy, he says. He still says it perfectly. It still gives me a chill. I hate it. I'm a grown-ass divorcee who lived in New York for fuck's sake, not a 26-year-old fangirl with a boner for the future James Bond. Did you get what you needed? Gabe asks. I got enough, I say. He runs his hand across the back of his neck. His baseball cap is tucked into his back pocket, his sunglasses folded and hanging from the front of his shirt. It pulls the fabric low enough that I can see his chest hair. I look away. I'd like to show you something, he says. I don't think that's a good idea, I say. Probably not, he agrees. But what do you have to lose? The rumor mill. Packing on those post-Bond pounds. It's our first spotting of the former Bond actor since his fall from grace. Even in these grainy photos, it's clear to see that Parker has gained a significant amount of weight since he was officially fired from the Bond franchise. Rumors of his drinking problem have plagued the actor for years, but he's been spotted out at clubs and bars on multiple nights, and there were several instances where paparazzi caught him puking out of the side of his car before being driven away. The drinking has also put a strain on Parker's relationship with Jacinda Lockwood. Rumors of a potential split were fueled by her decision to remain in London when Parker made his Broadway debut in A Raisin in the Sun, and the two haven't been photographed together in months. Sources close to the couple insist they'll be divorced before the end of the year. There had been whispers of Parker's bad behavior dating all the way back to the Hildebrand rarity. While Murder on Wheels, his second Bond film, was in production, Dan Mitchell claimed that Parker had him fired. The up-and-coming star, who later landed the lead in the hilarious Ivan the Not Too Terrible, told Entertainment Weekly that Parker was jealous of him being younger and more fit, and personally ordered him removed from the project. But it was a drunken incident on the third Bond set that seemed to be the final straw for Parker, who had been labeled as difficult and combative. The film had already been delayed once due to Parker's behavior, but it seemed that his time away did nothing to fix the tensions on set. A video of the moment when Parker confronted the director, Ryan Ulrich, went viral. Although most of the footage is out of focus and the conversation at times is hard to make out, several sources have confirmed that things had been tense between Parker and Ulrich since the very first Bond movie they did together. After he was fired, Parker's team released a statement that read, in part, Gabe is proud of the work he's done as the first American Bond, and looks forward to seeing who will be the next to step into the legendary icon's shoes. The day after, he checked into rehab. Chapter 10. There's no reason I should be following Gabe in his car right now. The interview is over. I should be heading home to get dinner with Katie and type up my notes. But, because I've learned literally nothing from the last time I did this, I'm driving in the opposite direction of where I need to go. It takes me a while to realize that I recognize the windy road we're going up. Like the restaurant, things are different, but it's a subtle difference. Different landscaping on some of the houses, a few new structures and some unexpected paint jobs. His house, however, hasn't changed. He pulls into the driveway and gestures for me to do the same. I nose carefully into the space, leaving a wide berth between my Honda Civic and his top-of-the-line Tesla. Just another reminder of how different our lives are. How different they've always been. I'm angry. It's an anger I don't fully understand, but I know it's hiding something else. At least, that's what my therapist thinks. You go to rage first, she's told me. It's your safe place when emotions are high. If that's true, then it makes sense. Because it's not as simple as being mad at Gabe for lying to me about Jacinda 10 years ago. I'm full of 1,000 nameless, conflicting emotions right now. If I'm being fair to myself, I've been churning with them since I got the assignment. And anger is easier. It's easier to be angry at Gabe for what happened 10 years ago. Not just the embarrassment I felt in realizing that I'd been sucked into his magnetic pull and spit out. But I can also fault him for the way I can never tell if the success I have is due to my own skills or because of him. I heap all that blame on him. I lean hard into those feelings, those safe, powerful, angry feelings. You're still renting the same place? I ask. The words are only slightly bitter. I bought it, Gabe says. You were right. I didn't need something big and grand. We're standing in his front yard, like two neighbors. Like I might have stopped by for a cup of sugar or tea and we're catching up. I realize, once we're in the house, that I'm looking for something. Or rather, I'm looking for someone. Gabe's dog. She had been a puppy, just a dozen weeks old when we met 10 years ago. A literal lifetime in dog years. It seems entirely possible that she's gone now. I follow Gabe through the house, heading to the same place we'd gone that first time I'd been here, the kitchen. On the way, I don't see anything that indicates a dog lives here. There's no dog dish, no leash hanging by the door, no dog bed in the living room. I look out into the yard, but it's empty as well. It makes me unbearably sad, the passage of time hitting me like a load of bricks. 10 years. 10 years have passed. So much has happened. Madison at the restaurant has a 10-year-old kid. Gabe's divorced, sober, and planning a comeback. I'm divorced, desperately wishing I wasn't sober at the moment, and too scared to write anything outside the familiar brand I've created for myself. And now Gabe's dog is dead too. I want to cry. Water? Gabe asks. Sure, I say, my voice embarrassingly thick. I clear my throat before I speak again. I can't stay, I remind him. It's probably the 5th time I've said that. At this point, I don't know if I'm telling him or telling myself. The addict's version of just one more. The truth is I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what this is. I take the water Gabe offers me and the two of us drink, standing in his kitchen, memories of our last time here closing in on me until I feel like I can't breathe. I'm sorry, he says. For what? I think. For feeding into the intense, unrealistic fangirl fantasy that I'd built up in my head. For being too good to be true and also human and fallible, which only made it harder to dislike you. For the seemingly unending ripple effects that our interview has had on my life, both professionally and personally. For all the moments I've replayed in my brain hundreds of times and all the things I'm unable to forget. For all the things I don't want to forget. For my stupid, traitorous heart that hasn't learned a single goddamn lesson in 10 goddamn years. For what? I ask. Gabe blinks, as if he wasn't expecting the question. For. He pauses. He thinks. I wait. For lying, he finally says. I should have told you about Jacinda. Yes, I say. You should have. I've seen her in person 3 times. Once at the premiere. Once in New York. And then once in a restaurant about 20 miles from where we are right now. I'd been living in New York, but I would still come to LA for the occasional profile, always using the excuse to stay for the weekend and see my family. We'd been out to dinner, the whole Horowitz clan, ordering everything on the menu at our favorite Taiwanese place in Mar Vista, when I spotted her across the room. She was leaving, and even though it was a small restaurant in a neighborhood that saw its fair share of celebrities trying to have a quiet meal, people still stared. Most beautiful woman alive, indeed. She had leaned over the bar, clearly familiar with the bartender, and the two of them exchanged cheek kisses. When she pulled back, her gaze found mine. Because I was staring along with the rest of them. For the same reasons and a different one as well. We looked at each other, and then she tossed her head the way a famous international model who knows how to find her best angle might do. Was that, my sister had asked. Aha, I said. Wow, my sister said. She is gorgeous. Aha, I said. There had been a pause when she saw me. A pause, and a wrinkle, a beautiful one, had appeared between her eyes. I'm certain the expression on my face had been the same one that everyone else in the room had been wearing, one of shock and awe, the result of being caught in the sights of a truly spectacular being. But she might have recognized me. Might have recognized that beneath that shock and awe was something else. Something she might have seen backstage at a New York theater not long ago. Both times, I'd been the first one to look away. Gabe runs his hand through his hair. It wasn't fair, he says. To her, I say. To you, he corrects. To both of you. I shrug, even though his response hurts. I don't know what I want from him right now, but I'm pretty sure it isn't that. It just reminds me how stupid I felt when I found out about the marriage. When it confirmed all the rumors about them. The rumors I had been intent on ignoring. And how foolish I'd felt all over again when I went to see him in New York. I hadn't learned my lesson then, but I was doing my best to not make that mistake a third time. I should have known is what I say. I adjust my purse, the damn strap is always sliding down, reminding me that I need to stand up straight. You should have known. Gabe asks. What does that mean? I look him in the eye. I should have known that something was going on between the two of you. That you lied through your teeth when you told me that you were just friends. He flinches. It was complicated, he says. Oh, I'm sure it was, I say. It's always complicated when you're planning to run off to Vegas with your secret girlfriend co-star, but the girl they send to do a profile on you is dumb, adoring, and easy. You weren't dumb, Gabe says. You're not dumb. Just adoring and easy. Those are your words, he says. I am about one more stupid comment away from reaching over and throttling him. He runs a hand over his face. It's annoying how nice his hands are. Strong and sturdy. There are some scars on his fingers. I don't remember those scars from before. Jacinda and me. He pauses. It was an arrangement, of sorts. I cross my arms over my chest. I should have told you, he says. Told me what, exactly? I ask. About your arrangement. Is that Hollywood speak for an open marriage? I've heard of the concept, you know. It's not exclusive to you horny celebrities, some people even do it ethically. Gabe looks tired and part of me thinks that I should go easy on him, but another part of me thinks that I've spent way too much time in my life going easy on men. I know that Gabe isn't Jeremy. That their failures aren't the same, the hurt they caused is different, but right now I really don't care. I want to be mad at a man, and this one will do just fine. It isn't what you think, he says. It wasn't some big, grand plan. My management, my family, they were all just as surprised as you were. Don't flatter yourself, I say. That seems to upset him. I was young and impulsive and stupid, Gabe says. We were sleeping together, a friends with benefits kind of thing. Casual. I'm sure, I say. If he thinks this is making things better, he's very, very wrong. I thought it would solve a lot of different problems, he says. Because at the time, we both wanted the same thing. Well, I hope you got it, I say. Gabe keeps rubbing the back of his neck. I imagine it's like a river stone back there, all that worrying making it smooth and hairless. I'd put my fingers there once before, though I can't remember what it felt like. That isn't true, not exactly. I can't remember the specific feel of that specific part of Gabe's body, but I do remember that I liked everything that I touched. And I do remember how much I liked it. People do it, you know, he says. Get married for stupid reasons? I ask. Yeah, I know. Was that? He gestures. It's vague, more like he's skipping stones than actually indicating anything specific, but I get what he's trying to say. No, I say. I actually liked Jeremy. Only partly a lie. I liked him sometimes. I even loved him sometimes. The novelist, he says. Jeremy. Gabe nods. I actually liked Jacinda too, he says. I still do, in fact. Great, I say. Should I expect to see a blind item about two former lovers rekindling their romance by renewing their vows in Vegas next week? No, Gabe says. I wouldn't do that to you. I don't care, I say. Of course, Gabe says. I hate that he knows I'm lying. This time I'm the one making the skipping stone gesture, because I just want him to hurry and finish his dumbass apology so I can leave and go home and cry about his dead dog. Because I definitely don't want to cry about some stupid misguided sense of lost time and missed chances. I'm sure you read all the things they were writing about her around that time, Gabe says. About the married directors. About the one who named her in his divorce proceedings. Sure, I said. I'm steeling myself, because I really don't want to feel sympathetic or understanding about whatever arrangement Gabe and Jacinda had, but the truth is that I do remember what the tabloids said about her. She didn't sleep with them, that is, he says. It was all one-sided. They propositioned her, but she turned them down. I nod. It didn't really seem to matter, though, Gabe says. No one believed her. As far as the tabloids were concerned, she was single and beautiful and therefore somehow responsible. I'd been asked to interview her. Years ago, when there had been rumors that Gabe and her were on the rocks, someone had pitched it to broadsheets. They'd begged me to do it, knowing that it would certainly go viral. I'd bowed to the pressure, but then, the night before I was supposed to meet Jacinda Lockwood in the hotel lobby of the St. Regis, I'd chickened out and called it off. Someone else had done the interview instead. It turned out just okay. Oliver is the one who introduced us, Gabe says. We all thought it would be a mutually beneficial thing, but... He pauses. I didn't expect you, he says. I freeze. I didn't expect you to show up at my house with your very big eyes and your bad questions and your smart mouth on. I'm clutching the counter behind me like it's the edge of a pool in the deep end and I'm a brand new swimmer who isn't sure she's not going to sink straight to the bottom if she lets go. Gabe looks up at me, and I hold on tighter. You surprised me, he says. He smiles, that devastating grin of his, the one that launched 1,000 memes. They weren't bad questions, I say. They were. We stare at each other for ages. What is this? I finally ask. Gabe glances down at his glass. Water? I glare at him. What is this? I ask again, gesturing emphatically between us. "What do you want from me?" He seems speechless at the question, and I wait for what feels like an eternity for him to answer. "I wanted to see you," he finally says. I throw out my hands, knocking my own glass off the counter, getting water and glass everywhere. "Shit," I say. "Don't worry about it," Gabe says. He doesn't move. We stand there, water and glass at our feet, saying nothing. "I'd like to take you somewhere," Gabe says. "Somewhere else?" I ask. He nods. "Montana," he says. I stare at him. "You want to take me to Montana?" I ask. "Yes," he says. "You're nuts," I say. He smiles at that. "Yeah, probably," he says. "I can't go with you to Montana," I say. "I'll take care of everything," he says. "That's not why, and you know it," I say. "I know," he says. We stare at each other for a long time. "I can't go," I say. He nods. "I can't," I say again. We both know that I'm lying. Entertainment Weekly. Matthias and Parker, Dynamic Duo, excerpt. By Robin Romanoff. I had been warned that trying to interview Parker and Matthias at the same time was a feat in and of itself. The two friends have known each other for so long and are so enamored of each other's company that it isn't long before the interview devolves into the two of them swapping inside jokes and speaking in the kind of shorthand only available to two people as close as they are. It's clear that their much-lauded friendship is the real deal. "Well, Gabe is the only person I ever considered for the part of Dex," Matthias tells me. "Only because you decided you weren't going to star in it yourself," Parker interjects. "We both know you do a much better Cary Grant than I do." "That's the point," Matthias says. "I didn't want the movie to be a straight remake of the original. It had to be different." The difference is something that's been long discussed. "We want to update a few things," Matthias says. And Gabe brought a lot to the table, especially when it came to the storyline between Tracy and her father. "It's horribly sexist and gross," Parker says. "He blames her for the affair and she apologizes in the end. We thought we could do better." I'm not sure fans of the original will agree with such an assessment, but it's surprising to hear Parker speak so passionately and thoughtfully about the sexism woven throughout the original film. It's clear this movie isn't going to be what audiences expect. Broadsheets. Gabe Parker, Shaken, Not Stirred, Part 2. By Chani Horowitz. The world is different on the other side of the velvet rope. Us normals don't like to hear that, of course. We crave confirmation that stars, well, they're just like us. I'm sorry to say, but they are not. Not even close. You see, when I get ready for a fancy night out, if I'm lucky, I have a friend that can lend me an outfit, help me with my makeup, or even do my hair for me just to make me look like a slightly polished version of my actual self. When someone like Jacinda Lockwood leaves her $1 million home to go to the gym, she has a whole team of stylists to make sure that she looks like someone who doesn't have to go to the gym. You've all seen the pictures by now. Of me standing with Gabe Parker's arm around my waist, smiling gamely at the crowd in a sparkly blue dress. Go Fug Yourself thinks that I might have chosen the gown to match Gabe's suit, but that presumes that I knew what Gabe was going to wear. I didn't, or that I have a closet full of fancy party dresses to choose from. I don't. The matching was just luck. The whole evening, really, was just luck. Because, dear readers, you and I both know that I shouldn't have been there. Even in those pictures, I look out of place. Gabe's grin is ratcheted up to 11, while I'm just trying to seem normal while the flashing bulbs of hundreds of cameras burn my retinas and a crowd of strangers yells at us to look over here and smile. That hand I have on his arm. That's me holding on for dear life, unsure if I'll be able to see where I'm going when we have to move down the line, and very unsure I won't just fall on my ass after wobbling forward in my uncomfortable heels. I don't belong, but I don't care. For one evening, I'm traveling amongst the beautiful people. And Gabe, beautiful person that he is my gallant and charming tour guide. He introduces me to everyone. Most important, he introduces me to the man of the evening, the incomparable Oliver Matthias. Much speculation has been made over the Hildebrand Rarities' decision to cast Gabe, when his Tommy Jacks co-star seems a much more natural fit. And even further gossip about how the casting choice has driven a wedge between the two co-stars. The opposite is true. I experience firsthand the lack of animosity and competition between them. Gabe is thrilled to be attending the Shared Hearts premiere to support his friend, speaking at length about how talented Oliver is. Like me, Gabe has been watching him on the BBC for years, as Oliver all but grew up in front of us. And this new film is just further evidence of how his talent has evolved. It's a delight for the senses, a glass of champagne in movie form. He's a legend, Gabe tells me. Watching him on screen can be an out-of-body experience, but acting next to him, that's the education of a lifetime. As a longtime fangirl of Matthias's Darcy, yeah, I'd choose him over Firth or McFadden. Fight me, it takes everything in my power not to swoon at his feet when Gabe introduces us. It's a good thing he's playing Bond, Oliver says. He'll finally be able to show the world that he's more than just a pretty face. I'm only pretty when I'm not standing next to you, Gabe makes sure to add. I feel like Melissa Williams must have on the set of Tommy Jacks, with two of the hottest men in Hollywood, each playing the other's wingman. While the two of them catch up, it's been almost 6 months since they've seen each other last. During press for Tommy Jacks, I just stand there, trying not to hyperventilate at the absurd, wonderful comedy my life has become. I don't catch the slightest whiff of jealousy. They're genuinely happy to see each other, and when Oliver's responsibilities at the premiere are finished, he invites Gabe and by proxy, me, to join him at the after-party. We're swept away to a nearby restaurant, where the entire place has been reserved for us. For Oliver. He holds court, charming us all, and I drink one too many of the bespoke cocktails that are circulating, drinks that each have an orchid or a real silk umbrella or a Swarovski crystal-encrusted swizzle stick. The whole evening is delightful and luxurious, and Gabe is the ultimate platonic date. How crazy is this, he asks me at one point, as if this is new to him as well. As if it still dazzles him. It's hard not to be enamored with the future Bond. I'm aware, the whole time, that I'm breathing rarefied air. That I'm beyond lucky to be spending my evening listening to Oliver Matthias and Gabe Parker talk about their favorite movies and actors they idolize. That they are wearing designer suits and my dress is safe to pin to my bra. We're not even the same species, but tonight, they are letting me pretend that we are. Chapter 11. He's going to try and fuck you, Joe said, putting the finishing touches on my face. Though, I wouldn't take it personally. That was Joe in a nutshell. If good or exciting things happen to me, I shouldn't take it personally. It wasn't me, it was circumstance. The job at Broadsheets? They were just doing my old professor a favor. My relationship with Jeremy. Being with me was easier than trying to date in LA. The Gabe Parker assignment. Everyone else was probably busy and it would be impossible for me to screw it up. Joe and I weren't really friends. We were roommates who gossiped viciously and used each other for favors. It wasn't healthy, but I didn't have anyone else besides Jeremy. My friends from high school had either lost touch or moved away, and my friends from undergrad had gone home or stayed in New York. I hadn't been close to anyone in grad school besides Jeremy. I saw my family, but that wasn't the type of relationship I needed the most. I was alone in LA, unsure of how to be an adult in the city I'd grown up in. Joe was jealous and demanding. She didn't like Jeremy at all. He wears his jeans too tight, she'd say. That means he's insecure about his dick size. She would try to get me to confirm or deny those statements and called me prudish when I declined to discuss the size of my boyfriend's penis with her. But she could do a smoky eye better than anyone I knew, and I needed to look amazing tonight. "You'll have to tell me all the details," she said. "I bet he's a total freak in bed. Celebrities always are. I heard one story about that former child actor, Don what's his name, who as his bodyguard pick up women at clubs and take them back to a hotel suite. When they get there, they have to sign an NDA, then they have to shave off all their body hair before they can even go into the bedroom, where he's lying on the bed wearing headphones. They can't say anything, they just have to hop on and fuck him while facing away. When he's done, they leave. No talking at all." I would have dismissed that story as another one of Joe's bullshit secrets of Hollywood, except I'd heard exactly the same thing from someone who didn't even know Joe. "I don't think there will be any story to tell," I said. "I'm not his type." She rolled her eyes. "Guys like that aren't having sex with you because they're attracted to you," she said. "They do it because they can. Because they know you want it. And that's what gets them off. Their type is anyone who can stroke their ego. And they care way more about that getting stroked than their dick." I knew that if I said Gabe's not like that, she would have laughed me out of the apartment. Because though I did believe it, I also knew it was ridiculous. Even after spending several hours together, I didn't know Gabe. He was an assignment. And a performer. There was no way I could truly trust anything he said to me. "Is he picking you up?" Joe asked. "Someone is picking me up," I said. When I'd texted Gabe last night, I tried to be cool and casual about it. "If the offer stands, I'd love to see Oliver's new movie," I'd written. He'd texted me back almost immediately saying he'd make it happen. Then I was put in contact with someone named Debbie at his agent's office, who had told me that a car would be coming to my house to get me at 6. Joe said, her face contorted into an exaggerated frown. "What? Maybe this is just for the interview," she said. "Maybe it's not a date." I hadn't thought it was a date. He was Gabe Parker, after all, but I also hadn't thought of it as a continuation of the interview. "Or, you might not even see him," Joe said. "Maybe he thought you'd write something nice if he got you tickets to the premiere." I felt a slow sinking in my stomach, the same sensation I'd gotten when I discovered that everyone knew that Jeremy had been cheating on me back at Iowa. That realization that you're the last to know and feeling like a complete and total fool. Joe could be right. This whole thing could just be a way for Gabe to butter me up, so I'd put together a complimentary piece. The thought rankled me, because I had already planned on writing a flattering article. I didn't need to be bribed to do that. "He'll probably say hello," Joe said. "But I bet you won't be sitting with him during the movie, and you definitely won't walk the red carpet with him." She looked at me in the mirror. "You weren't thinking you would, were you?" "No," I said. "I might have been." "You'll probably be home by 10, she said. "I'll wait up." I didn't say anything, just sat there, wallowing in my own foolish feelings. Of course, I wasn't going to walk the red carpet. Of course, Gabe wasn't going to spend the evening of his friend's premiere hanging out with me. "What are you wearing?" Joe asked, using a wide, fluffy brush to apply bronzer. "The polka dot dress that I wore to Greg's wedding last year," I said. Joe gagged. "That thing?" she asked. "Please don't. It's hideous. They won't let you on the red carpet wearing it." That thing was one of my favorite dresses, but now I knew I wouldn't be able to wear it without thinking of Joe hacking dramatically into her palm. And apparently, I would be allowed on the red carpet. "People will be wearing gowns, Chani." Joe tapped my forehead with the handle of her brush. You can't wear some Forever 21 sack. I wanted to push her hand away, but she wasn't done with my lips. Instead, I sat there, listening to her list all the dresses in my closet that she hated. As much as I disliked her messaging, she was right about the dress code. People would be wearing gowns. I read Go Fug Yourself. I knew how actresses dressed to attend events like this, especially when the event was centered around a lush, romantic period film. The looks would be dramatic, to say the least. I had a blue dress. A vintage dress that could be from the 1940s or the 1980s, with wide, theatrical shoulders and a slim skirt that flared just a little at the knee. The fabric was velvet, dotted with tiny crystal beads that glittered under the light. It wouldn't compare to the designer gowns that most of the actresses would be wearing, but it was dramatic and eye-catching. I could brush my hair to the side a la Veronica Lake, and wear the silver pumps that pinched my toes but looked amazing. But when I put the dress on, just as I was zipping it up, thinking that it looked pretty good, I heard a damning ripping sound. Fuck. I turned to the side and found the source. A tear right along the zipper, exposing my bra. I stood there for a moment, wondering if I could just shove my purse under my arm and not breathe too deeply for the rest of the night. No. That wouldn't do. But neither would any of the other dresses in my closet. I was supposed to meet Gabe in 40 minutes. I had to leave in 10. This was my only option. I had to make it work. Twisting uncomfortably, I managed to pinch the fabric together. Pulling a safety pin out of my desk drawer, and contorting enough that I was starting to sweat, I was able to pin the torn fabric to my bra. If anyone looked closely, it was a mess, but if I kept my arm down, kept my purse tucked against it, and prayed for dim lighting, I could probably make it through the evening without tearing the dress further and exposing the world's most boring black bra. Joe was watching TV on the couch. My toes were already hurting by the time I reached the bottom of the stairs, but the shoes suited the dress so perfectly that I decided to ignore the pain. "Wow," Joe said. "You look absolutely incredible." For all her sharp comments and condescending compliments, when Joe really liked something, she could be effusive with praise. It was what kept me from completely despising her. "He's totally going to fuck you," she said. "Thank you," I said. "Use protection. He's probably filthy." I shook my head, both flattered and disgusted. My phone rang. It was the car service. "I have to go," I said. "Thanks for doing my makeup." "Remember everything," she said. "I'll want to hear every detail. Shaved body hair and all. Go fug yourself." The fashion at the Shared Hearts premiere. Oliver Matias checks the box. Delicious, debonair Oliver Matias once again delighted the senses with a green checked suit perfectly befitting his leading man status. This is how you show up to your movie when everyone has been talking about the part you didn't get. You put on an attention-getting suit, have your hair styled to perfection, and bring one of the most beautiful women on the planet, Isabella Beris, as your date. Even better if that date can't seem to take her hands off you, while wearing a stunning vintage Versace gown. Jacinda Lockwood is pretty galore. Jacinda Lockwood came to be seen. The newest Bond girl stepped onto the red carpet in a neon teal reproduction of a classic Gucci dress, practically daring you to stare directly at her. I couldn't, it was like looking into the sun. Though, I did see enough to suggest that the strapless number, in December, might have benefited from a bit of a hoik. Chapter 12. Gabe was waiting for me at the end of the red carpet. He looked incredible, and when he gave me a hug, which I tried desperately not to sink into, I could smell his cologne. It was probably very expensive and smelled very, very nice. Like the world's most exclusive cedar tree. There was also a hint of whiskey on his breath. "You made it," he said, as if there was some universe in which I might not show. You look gorgeous. I twisted on my heels a little, flustered not just at the compliment but at the way he was looking at me. He leaned back as he did it, as if he was trying to see all of me at once, and then ran his hand over his mouth. My legs started trembling. You look gorgeous too, I said. He laughed. Come on, he said, taking my hand and tucking it into the crook of his elbow. So, Joe was wrong. The one thing I couldn't quite discern was whether or not Gabe considered this a continuation of our interview. If he was planning to show me his world just so I could write about it, or if this was something else. Something more. It seemed very unlikely that it was, but still. I needed to know. But the moment we were led down the red carpet, I was hit with a wall of noise and light so intense and abrupt that I stumbled, and almost fell. Gabe's arm went around my waist, pulling me up against him. Gabe! Gabe! People were shouting. Flashbulbs were going off around us, and that's all I could see, an unending strobe of bright, white pops of light. I tried to smile, even though I felt like I was baring my teeth more than making any sort of attractive expression. It was as if I'd forgotten how to grin normally. We'll just give them a few shots, Gabe said, leaning his head toward mine, his cheek almost grazing my forehead. Take a deep breath, and smile. I nodded, following his instructions, as the crowd threw questions at us. Who's your date? Are you excited about Bond? When do you start filming? Who's your date? Who are you wearing? Does Oliver know you're coming tonight? Who's your date? Gabe didn't answer any of them, just kept his arm around my waist, lifting his other hand to wave. I'd noticed, though, that his posture had changed as we stepped in front of the cameras. He was standing straighter, his chest facing the photographers, his chin angled a different way. He was posing. Subtly, but he knew what he was doing. I tried to do the same as I held on to him. Come on, Gabe said after what seemed like a lifetime. The red carpet was long, but we walked the rest of it at a fast clip, ignoring the other photographers and camera crews that were set up, assistants trying to wave us over while their bosses stretched out their microphones. Gabe's arm was firm around my waist, and I could feel his biceps flexing as he propelled me toward the theater. It was a miracle I didn't trip over my own feet. I'm just here to support Oliver was the only soundbite Gabe would give. It wasn't until we got inside and the doors shut behind us, cutting off the overwhelming cacophony, that Gabe released me. Wow, I said, suddenly exhausted. Yeah, Gabe said. The smile and the pose had disappeared. He ran a hand across the back of his neck. It's a lot, he said. It's not so bad, I said. He raised an eyebrow. Okay, I said. It's a lot. How do you cope? Practice, he said. And this helps. He unbuttoned his jacket, opening it to reveal a slim silver flask tucked into his inside pocket. He took it out and unscrewed the top. Want some? It explained the whiskey on his breath. Sure, I said. He passed it over and I took a sip. I liked whiskey and it was good stuff. It burned, in the best possible way, warmth wrapping around my throat and rib cage. I gave it back and he took a long swig. I have to ask you something, I said. Anything, he said. I was certain he didn't really mean that. And a little worried if he did. Is this? I paused. Is this still part of the interview? He had lifted the flask again but froze for a second before putting it to his lips and taking another drink. Do you want it to be? He asked. I didn't know. We stared at each other for a moment. Then Gabe seemed to finish off what was left in his flask. "Fuck it," he said. "Write what you want." He sounded a little angry and a lot resigned. Gabe. I turned toward the familiar voice and found a familiar face. A face I'd grown up with, but always with the glass of the TV between us. Oliver Matthias. "Ollie," Gabe said, his expression going from tight and shuttered to warm and cheerful. The two of them exchanged hugs, not the bro-y backslapping kind of hugs that most men usually engaged in as if they were afraid any display of actual affection was an affront to masculinity, but a close, arms tight around the shoulders, cheek-to-cheek kind of hug. "I'm glad you came," Oliver said. "Wouldn't miss it for anything," Gabe said. I stood there, my hands clasped, not sure what to do, when Oliver's gaze swung over to me. "Hello," he said. "This is Chani," Gabe said. "She's interviewing me for Broadsheets." "I thought that interview was yesterday," Oliver said. "Interesting." Gabe and Oliver were close enough that they had spoken about the interview, and Oliver remembered that it was yesterday. If there was any animosity between the two of them over the Bond role or any truth to the rumors that Gabe had stolen Jacinda from Oliver, I couldn't sense it. Then again, they were both actors. "We're extending the interview," Gabe said. "I can see that," Oliver said. The look he gave me was one that I'd given numerous times. It was the kind of look you gave the dirtbag guys your high school friends were dating when you'd heard rumors that they were cheaters. It was a watch yourself kind of look. Was I the dirtbag in this situation? Did Oliver think he needed to protect Gabe from me? Maybe he did. Just like waitress Madison had tried yesterday. I was, after all, here because I was chasing a story. But I didn't like the feeling that I was someone to be wary of. Especially when it was Oliver Matthias, child star, leading man, teenage crush, essentially telling me that he had his eyes on me. The lights in the lobby blinked. "Time for the show," Oliver said. "I hope you enjoy." "Thank you," I said. He gave me a nod but then turned back to Gabe. "You'll come to the after party? Will there be beer?" Oliver rolled his eyes. "Of course I'll be there," Gabe said. "You can come too," Oliver said to me, politely but with no real warmth. "Oh, okay," I said. The lobby lights flashed again. "We'll see you after," Gabe said. I practically floated into the theater alongside Gabe. As we walked to our seats, people turned and stared. It wasn't something I was used to. Especially the confusion and disappointment I could see on their faces when they looked from Gabe to me. It was almost comical how shocked they were. "He's with her." Part of me wanted to correct them, to assure them that no, we weren't together, that they should believe that the rules of the universe that keep everyday and beautiful people apart were still very much in place, but the other part of me wanted to take his arm and snuggle close to him. Just to fuck with them. As we sat, I felt more and more out of place, especially when several people turned to do the classic stretch and stare move. They weren't feeling anyone, especially when I saw one of them do a double take. It was half hilarious, half insulting. I hunched my shoulders, wishing I was shorter. "I don't belong here," I said under my breath. "Don't be ridiculous," Gabe said. Apparently, I hadn't been quiet enough. "You're impressive," he said. I blinked. "Me?" "Yeah, you," he said. "You write all these articles and you have your blog and you're also doing lots of other stuff too. You're smart and creative. That's impressive." I wanted to argue with him. Wanted to tell him that among my peers I wasn't impressive at all. I didn't have a book contract, I didn't have a readership. I had to scramble and hustle for every single interview I got, had to prove myself each and every time. But the expression on his face was so genuine, so earnest, that I held my tongue and let his words sink in. And when I did, I realized, with a certain pleasant surprise, that to someone like Gabe, I might actually seem impressive. Because I made my living off my writing. It wasn't a good living by anyone's standards, but I was surviving. I didn't have to work a day job. My writing was supporting me just enough that I didn't need to do anything else. I didn't know what to say. Thank you is what I finally settled on, just as the lights went down. Film fans. Breaking Our Shared Hearts, excerpt. By Evan Arnold. There's something that all us cynical, stone-hearted reviewers seem to agree on when it comes to the latest Oliver Matias film, Bring Tissues. The movie is a tearjerker to the highest degree, and it earns each and every one of those sniffles it pulls out of you. If you saw him in Tommy Jacks and thought, wow, this is acting, well, viewers, you haven't seen nothing yet. Shared Hearts is a lush romantic film with an astonishingly talented cast, but Matias stands out. He always stands out. He will break your heart as Jonathan Hale, a down-on-his-luck salesman in post-war Britain, who stumbles into an ill-fated romance with Barbara Glory, who may or may not be a former spy. Matias is making a point with this movie. He's telling the audience, which presumably contains the very same people that made the world's worst casting choice, this could have been your Bond. One can only imagine the regret they're feeling right now. Chapter 13. The movie was amazing. You liked it? Gabe asked as we were pulled into the crowd of people leaving the theater. My hand was against my throat, had been there for the last 30 minutes. By sheer force of will and a lifetime of learning how to suppress the embarrassment of public tears, I'd kept from crying, but I still felt raw after the experience. I swallowed. It was very good. I looked over at Gabe, expecting to see jealousy, but there was none. He's a legend, he said. If you think watching him is an experience, try acting next to him. It's a masterclass in technique. I managed a nod. Wanna head to the after party? He asked. I remembered Oliver's face when he'd extended an invitation to me. Polite, but not really interested. He'd included me because of Gabe, but he didn't trust me. I don't know. I said. Come on, Gabe said. It'll be fun. And we can tell Ollie how you almost cried. He'll love that. It was hard to say no to Gabe. And the truth was I didn't want to. I was having a good time. And why wouldn't I? One of the most beautiful men in the world, my personal celebrity crush, was treating me like I belonged. It was an intoxicating feeling. Okay, I said. I also took the article into consideration, even though I was torn. Gabe had given me permission to write about this, but I knew that he had been drinking and maybe it wasn't quite ethical to take him up on his carelessly offered, ill-thought-out concession. I also knew that I was getting access that any writer in my shoes would kill for. Gabe was a big boy, I told myself. He knew what he was doing, and if he didn't, it wasn't my fault if I took his offer at face value. I just had to keep telling myself that. The after-party was at the restaurant in the hotel next to the theater. It was a big, beautiful, expensive old building that I was certain had hosted many events like this. No doubt the restaurant staff had seen things over the years. Oliver was already there when we arrived. He never watches the whole movie, Gabe said. First 10 minutes and then he's out. Does he not like to watch himself on the big screen? I asked. Gabe shrugged as if to say you'd have to ask him. There were gorgeous, lavish flower arrangements at the center of each table and black-suited waiters carrying trays with tiny, delicate snacks and impressive-looking drinks. The room oozed money and glamour. I tucked my bag tighter under my arm, painfully aware of the rip in the side of my dress. "I'm going to get a drink," Gabe said. "You want something?" "Sure," I said. He flagged down one of the waiters so I could grab a pink ombre drink with half a pineapple stuck into the rim. "Do you think you could snag me a whiskey on the rocks?" Gabe asked the waiter. "Of course," the waiter said. Gabe handed him some money. "Ask them to keep them coming, okay?" It must have been a lot of money because the straight-faced waiter's eyes widened for a brief moment. "Of course, Mr. Parker," he said. Gabe put his hand on the small of my back and with a gentle push, guided me toward a round booth at the edge of the room. It had a little placard on it that read "Reserved." I maneuvered myself and my drink into the booth, the leather squeaking as I did. I held my breath, waiting for the sound of velvet ripping, but luckily the dress held as I settled against the seat. It wasn't until the waiter appeared with Gabe's drink that I realized how odd it was for complete strangers to know your name and how to find you in a crowd. "Cheers," Gabe said. We clinked our drinks together and both took a sip. The minute I tasted mine, I knew I was in trouble. It was exactly the kind of sweet, drinkable cocktail that could sneak up on you if you weren't careful. And I wasn't feeling very careful at all. "Are you having fun?" Gabe asked. He had downed almost half of his drink already. "I am," I said. He nodded and leaned back. "The first time is fun," he said. "But not the second or the third or the fourth." I had my tape recorder in my purse, but I was pretty sure Gabe would clam up the minute he saw it. I probably couldn't quote him on anything he said right now, but maybe I could still use some of it. Gabe knocked back the rest of his drink. "It's more fun when it's not your premiere," he said. He was staring out across the room, and I followed his gaze to find that Jacinda Lockwood, impossible to miss in a neon teal gown, her locks swept back in a majestic updo, had just entered the restaurant. I could tell when she saw him, when she saw me, because she paused, just for a moment. Then she turned her gorgeous, smooth shoulder toward us and gave the rest of the room the kind of smile that people paid thousands in dental bills to get. "Are you going to say hi?" I asked, unable to help myself. "Maybe," Gabe said. Another drink had appeared in front of him. I'd been so busy watching Jacinda that I hadn't even noticed, and when I glanced back at her, she had faded into the dim light and crowd. I caught a glimpse or two of her unignorable dress, but she seemed to be keeping her distance. "I guess you two will be spending a lot more time together on the Bond set," I said. "Yep," he said. "You leave in a few weeks?" "Yep," he said. The room itself was noisy and overwhelming, but over in our little corner booth, it was quiet. If I focused on Gabe, on my drink, the flower arrangement, and the candles burning at the center, it was a bit like being in our own world. So much so that whenever I did look up, it took a moment for my eyes to adjust and for the dark, moving blobs to become people. "Your life is going to change," I said. I surprised him with that. "Yes," he finally said. "You won't just be Gabe Parker." I spread my hands wide. "You'll be Gabe Parker. That's what they tell me." He was looking down at his glass, the ice clinking as he swirled the remaining whiskey. I was certain a refill would be arriving momentarily. Somehow, I'd finished my own drink, and was nibbling on the pineapple, feeling loose and warm. "I know all the reasons people think I shouldn't play Bond," Gabe said. "A role he didn't deserve, or so he'd said to me yesterday." He held up his hand, ticking off each reason by lifting a finger. "I'm not a big enough star. I kissed a man in a play in college. I'm American. I'm not Oliver Matthias. He looked at his hand and raised a fifth finger. I'm too dumb. Too dumb. I echoed, even though I knew exactly what he was talking about. You know, he said, attention still focused on his extended fingers. I'm only good at playing hunky, dim-witted characters that get killed off in the first 30 minutes. I didn't say anything. I'd read the article. As expected, another glass of whiskey had appeared on the table, delivered from the shadowy place beyond our cozy circle of light. They'd brought me another drink as well. I knew I shouldn't, but I drank anyways. I don't think you're dumb, I said finally. Gabe looked at me over the rim of his glass, eyebrow raised. I barely made it out of high school, he said. Went to community college on a football scholarship. He knocked his knuckles against his temple. Probably lost whatever few brain cells I still had on the field before I got injured. Never read them big authors like Hemingway or Fitzgerald or Salinger. His voice got real low and slow. I can't even pronounce the name of the guy who wrote Lolita. Nabokov, I said without thinking. Gabe gestured toward me as if I'd just proven his point. There are different kinds of intelligence, I said, not exactly sure why I was stroking his ego right now. Oh, really? Gabe asked, that suspicious eyebrow now permanently arched. I'm pretty sure you're either smart or you're not. I shook my head. Emotional intelligence, I said. That's a thing. That's like telling someone they have a good personality when they ask if they're attractive. I'm sure you have experience with that, I countered. Sarcastically. We looked at each other. He was annoyed. I was annoyed. The movie will prove them wrong, I said, as if I knew anything. I didn't. The truth was I wanted to believe I knew him. Because if I did, this little moment, this evening, was more than just the article. I could convince myself that something was happening between us. That the way he looked at me in my dress, the way he'd put his hand against my back, the way we were here in our dark little corner were all indications of something more. Jacinda had appeared out of the crowd again, but this time she and Gabe were doing their level best to avoid eye contact. And I was doing my level best to pretend I didn't see them ignoring each other. I realized I was a little drunk. It wasn't unexpected. I'd had 2 enormous, boozy pineapple drinks and only 2 tiny, delicate, delicious crab cakes since we'd arrived at the after-party. I watched the Philadelphia Story, Gabe said. I sat up. And? I asked. What did you think? Gabe sighed. Oh, I said. Maybe this would be the thing that actually chipped away at my crush on him. It was amazing, he said. Oh, I said. The timing, the dialogue, the chemistry. Gabe threw up his hands. How can any other comedy even begin to compare? I grinned, leaning forward. It is good, isn't it? Good? Gabe shook his head. It's perfection. Best comedy ever made, I said, lifting my 3rd pink pineapple drink. I couldn't remember when it had appeared. My lips were buzzing, which was a telltale sign that I'd already had enough to drink, but I was thirsty and the cocktail was so good. I saw a list of the 100 best comedies and the Philadelphia Story was number 38. 38. I said, pressing my finger on the table for emphasis. Ridiculous, Gabe said. It should at least be in the top 3. I shook my head. It felt very, very heavy. It should be number 1. I made a wide, sweeping gesture with my finger. I was definitely drunk. It should be, Gabe said, but I could tell he was placating me a bit. Teasing me. I didn't mind. The heavy slope of his eyes indicated that he was getting toasted too, but he seemed to be a quiet, introspective drunk, while I was an exuberant, loud-mouthed one. "You know what the worst part about that list was?" I asked. He smiled. "I don't," he said. "But I hope you'll tell me." "I will," I said, finger still extended. The worst part of that list was that it was full of not funny movies made by not funny people. Pulp Fiction is not a comedy. And don't even get me started on Annie Hall. Interest sparked in Gabe's eyes. He leaned forward, elbows on the table, arms crossed. If I leaned forward, our noses could touch. "Why?" he asked. "What's wrong with Annie Hall?" I knew I should stop talking. Instead, I took another long gulp of my drink and just kept right on going. "Well, okay, I've never seen it." "You've never seen Annie Hall?" Gabe asked. "Woody Allen sucks," I said. "I won't watch his movies." "Wow," Gabe said. "What did he ever do to you?" "Woody Allen is a creep," I said, warming up to my own indignation. "He hates women. Obviously has some fucked up obsession with girls, given that he routinely casts himself a grown-ass man opposite teenagers and, oh yeah, married his girlfriend's daughter. And even if you ignored all of that, which you shouldn't, his movies are bad and boring. They are the same thing over and over, gross wish fulfillment where he gets to monologue about how weird and awkward he is while young blonde girls fall in love with him for literally no reason at all. Plus, he hates Jewish women. He uses his movies to promote him and make himself the arbiter of Jewish humor and talent while perpetuating hateful stereotypes about how Jewish women are shrill and controlling. He's not clever, he's not interesting, and he's not talented." There I went again. Gabe was just trying to talk about movies and I had to go off on some feminist rant about how much I hated Woody Allen, which I did. Before I could apologize, Oliver appeared at the end of our table. His tie was loose, his top button undone, and he'd lost his vest someplace between the premiere and the after-party. He still looked devastatingly handsome. "What are you two talking about?" he asked. "Why Woody Allen is a piece of shit," Gabe said. I barely resisted putting my face in my hands. Who knew what Oliver thought about the director? Maybe he had worked with him or wanted to work with him in the future. Maybe he knew him. Or admired him. Most people loved him, or at least, they loved his work and ignored all the other stuff. "Oh," Oliver said. There was a long, long pause. "He is a piece of shit, isn't he?" I stared at him. It seemed I'd gone from dangerous dirtbag to trash-talking confidant with dizzying speed. Not that I was complaining. "Shove over," he said to Gabe, who did as requested. After all, this was Oliver's night. We shifted to make room, Oliver sliding into the booth until he was directly across from me, Gabe's knee pushing up against mine. I resisted the urge to wrap my leg around his like a vine. "What did it for you?" Oliver asked. "His overrated movies or the faux timidity he calls a personality?" "Both." Oliver laughed, slapping a hand down on the table. When people turned to stare, he leaned forward, putting a finger to his lips as if I had been the one making the noise. We all leaned forward, closer to the candle, as if we were conducting a secret meeting. If someone had told my teen self that the thing that would endear me to Oliver Matias, the Darcy of my dreams, would be how much I hated Woody Allen, I would have thought they were insane. As it was, I still wasn't sure this whole thing wasn't a drawn-out fever dream brought on by staring at shirtless pictures of Gabe before going to bed each night. "We should keep that on the down low, though," Oliver said, looking around conspiratorially. "You never know when the Woody fans will attack with their battle cry of separate the art from the artist." He looked a bit sour at that. Of course, people only care about defending terrible people making terrible art. "Channy thinks Angels in America is a great play," Gabe interjected. It seemed like a complete non sequitur, but Oliver responded with a raised eyebrow. Oh? And she thinks people who have an issue with the fact that I kissed a man on stage in college have bigger personal problems to deal with. The two of them were having another conversation, completely independent of our other discussion. I see, Oliver said. Yep. Gabe took a sip of his drink and leaned back against the booth. Oliver turned his attention to me, and smiled. A real smile. He told me you were smart, he said. I am, I said, the alcohol making me bold and flushed. Or maybe the flush came from knowing that Gabe had spoken to Oliver about me. That I had been the topic of conversation between two of the hottest, most sought-after men in Hollywood. And the conversation had been flattering. I actually pinched myself. Just to double-check that all this was truly happening. I pinched hard enough to give myself a bruise. We like smart women, Oliver said, giving Gabe a knowing look. I nearly choked on my drink. Had I completely imagined the suggestive nature of that comment? Or was this one step away from revealing the kind of unexpected, secret sexual proclivities that Joe had warned me about? I was full on staring at Gabe and Oliver now, trying to figure out if part of their covert conversation had been sussing out whether or not I'd be down for a threesome. While I was trying to figure out if I would be down for a threesome. Speaking of smart women. Gabe glanced around. Where's your date? Or a foursome? After all, Isabella Beris was stunningly beautiful. Agreeing to be in a foursome with someone like me would be akin to charity work for her. Oliver waved a hand. I sent her home, he said. She did her part and she is now released from her responsibilities. It was subtle, but Oliver's demeanor had changed. Like the missing vest and the undone tie, I sensed that something was loosening. Relaxing. Considering I'd thought him completely at ease when he arrived at our table, I found myself even more impressed by his acting skills. Where's your drink? Gabe asked, gesturing into the dark before Oliver could respond. I should stop, I said, but another cocktail was in front of me before I could resist too much. To shared hearts, Gabe said. We all raised our glasses. Did you like it? Oliver asked after everyone had taken a sip. Like it? Gabe put a hand on his chest. Mate, you're an icon. They should bronze you and install you in front of Grauman's. The accent is coming along nicely, Oliver said. Cheers. Say the word, Gabe said. Stop it. Oliver waved his hand. I was confused. Even in the dim light of the restaurant, I could see that Oliver looked tired. Not physically tired, but a deeper, more emotional exhaustion seemed to be at play. With every minute he sat with us, I could see the vestiges of his performance begin to fade. Gabe reached over and clasped him on the shoulder. The movie is great, he said. I know. Oliver closed his eyes. Gabe gave Oliver a squeeze, an affectionate form of the Vulcan sleeper hold. It made Channy cry. That's nice, Oliver said. His head had gone back, resting against the wall. Okay. Gabe slapped his hands together. I jumped, but Oliver just opened one eye. We're getting out of here, Gabe said. We are? Oliver asked, opening the other eye. Fuck yeah, he said. Your movie is fucking great and we're going to celebrate. Oliver sat up. I thought that's what we were doing, he said, gesturing toward the rest of the room. I know this isn't how you want to celebrate, Gabe said. Not at some spendy event where everyone is kissing your ass and trying to make deals. There was a playful gleam in his eyes, and Oliver seemed to perk up. No? No, Gabe said. Come on. You know you want it. Of course, I do, Oliver said. But do you want it? I had absolutely no idea what was going on, but my heart did skip a beat when both of them turned to look at me as if they had just remembered I was still there. What about her? Oliver asked sotto voce, inclining his head toward me. Gabe lifted a shoulder. It's up to you. Can we trust her? I was 95% sure that this wasn't sexual. That 5%, though. I don't know. Gabe turned to me. My throat went dry. Oliver was gorgeous, but if I had the choice, I'd choose to be with Gabe. Alone. Can we trust you? Gabe asked me. 95%. Yes, I said. The_jam_dot_com.blogspot.com. Failing at friendship. If there's one sin that I'd like Hollywood to atone for, it isn't bolstering the belief in love at first sight or having one true soulmate. It's in convincing me that the kinds of friendships I saw on the screen were possible in real life. You know the types of friendships I'm talking about. The secret handshake kind of friendship. The watching movies snuggled under a blanket, shared pint of ice cream kind of friendship. The talk on the phone 4 hours after already spending the day together kind of friendship. The unconditional love, endless well of support, mutual kinship kind of friendship. I'm pretty sure those types of friendships are completely manufactured by Hollywood. Because if those friendships really exist, I've never been part of one. Exochani. Chapter 14. It took me 10 minutes to figure out where we were. Are we in a gay club? I asked. I blamed the alcohol because it was very obviously a gay club. We'd bypassed the front of the building, coming in through a side entrance where we were taken immediately to a velvet-roped VIP area just off the main dance floor. The music should have tipped me off, they never played the good pop music at regular clubs. And then there were all the half-naked men making out around me. The men who weren't otherwise engaged were eyeing both my dates equally, but it seemed that only one was eyeing them back. I wasn't sure I could blame the alcohol for my being oblivious to the fact that Oliver was gay. Isabella Beres had clearly been used as a very beautiful red herring tonight, and I'd bought it hook, line, and sinker. We are in a gay club, Gabe confirmed. Both he and Oliver had left their jackets somewhere. I imagined that one of the perks of being a celebrity was being able to abandon articles of clothing and knowing they'd be fine. Or just not caring. The music was so loud that the floor was vibrating. I didn't know what to do with the knowledge that I was at a gay club with Gabe Parker and Oliver Matias. And that both of them knew I was writing an article on Gabe. Are you? I asked. No, Oliver answered for him. He's just a very, very good friend. He was leaning over Gabe's lap, so very, very good friend could have had a lot of meanings. Oliver registered my raised eyebrows and quickly clarified. He comes here to support me, he said. It's not a big deal, Gabe said. I like the music too. Both Oliver and I gave him a look. He shrugged. Do you want Jell-O shots? He asked. I think we need some Jell-O shots. Unfolding his lanky frame, he got up from the couch and headed to the bar. He's going to get swarmed, Oliver said. He wasn't wrong. Everywhere heads were turning as people noticed who Gabe was. There were quite a few lookaloos slowing down as they reached our section as well. I felt a twinge of concern. It seemed impossible that news wouldn't get out. Is that a problem? I asked. For either of you? Oliver looked at me. I don't know, he said evenly. Are you going to make it a problem? This wasn't a story. This was the story. Gabe Parker and Oliver Matias spending an evening out at a gay club. It would be everywhere. Right now, I barely had an article. After our interview yesterday, I'd spent an hour in front of my computer trying to find my angle. Trying to find the heart of the story. In the end, all I had was proof that Gabe was exactly as handsome and charming as everyone wanted him to be. It would be great for his career, another fawning, adoring puff piece, and exactly the kind of article that everyone would forget in a couple of days. I'd written those kinds of pieces before. I was tired of writing them. Tired of seeing my name next to headlines I never wrote, of course, that read like the same thing over and over and over again. Jeremy had always said I lacked voice. I knew that he was trying to be helpful. That his comments, his criticisms, truly came from a place of care and concern. After all, he had voice. All our teachers had said so. Your writing is ordinary, he would say. It doesn't have personality. The worst part was that I knew he was right. I just didn't know what to do about it. I wanted more. I wanted to work more. I wanted to write more. To be honest and real in my words. To put something out there that I was proud of. That felt like me. It had been a long time since I'd written anything close to that, and even then, it hadn't impressed anyone. This was my chance. But can we trust you? Gabe had asked. I realized that I couldn't do it. I didn't have the stomach for it. I didn't want Oliver to hate me. I didn't want Gabe to hate me. Maybe I was being naive, thinking that I was here because of some genuine connection between us, but even if there wasn't, I didn't want them to think I was the kind of person who would do anything for a story. I didn't want to be that kind of person. Not even if it meant I'd be a better writer. It's not a problem, I said to Oliver. He relaxed. I'm not hiding, he said. I just want to control the narrative. But won't someone here tell? I asked. I'm a regular, Oliver said. Have you ever heard about it? I shook my head. And Gabe's not. No, Oliver said. But I think you know that. As if he could hear us, an impossibility given the volume of the music and the size of the room and all the people in between, Gabe turned to look back at us from the bar. Both Oliver and I lifted a hand. Gabe grinned, but didn't look away. Instead, he did the same thing he'd done when he saw me on the red carpet, a long, agonizingly slow look from the top of my head to the tips of my aching toes. In any other circumstance, I knew what that look meant. But he was Gabe Parker. And I was me. I'd seen the way heads had turned when we walked into the after party. I'd seen the way people had stared when we'd been at the restaurant yesterday. The way people on the red carpet had screamed and reached for him. The way club goers were looking at us now. Hell, I'd even seen the way the real estate agent had all but promised him a different form of commission if he put me back in my car and let her show him the hot tub on the roof. He was a hunk. A bona fide, certified hunk. He could have anyone he wanted. I was a tall, flat-chested writer with cute little cellulite dimples on her cute little butt. I plucked a hair off my chin the other day. I still broke out all across my shoulders. I didn't wax. We were from different worlds. And yet, he was staring at me. Did you get your story? Oliver asked. Huh? Gabe was walking back toward us with a tray. Here, he said. Cheers, Oliver said, and this time, we clinked Jell-O shots. Even though I'd already had 3.5 cocktails, and a swig of flask whiskey, I swallowed the Jell-O shot, cherry, and immediately felt like I was in college again. Gabe leaned back against the velvet couch, his arm stretched out across the back of it. He nodded his head toward the space between us. Moving there would mean sitting close to him, snuggling up against his long, hard body, his arm already in position so he could pull me even closer. He could put his hand in my hair if he wanted. If I wanted. I wanted. I really, really did. I took another shot, but didn't move. My lips felt bee-stung. Now that you're done with your research, let's have some fun, Oliver said. He passed me another shot. I took it. Downed it. I felt good. Oliver smiled. Come on. He pulled me up, and I eagerly followed. Gabe stayed where he was, only shifting to move his long legs so we could pass. He never leaves the couch when we go out, Oliver said. He swung me around as if we were ballroom dancing instead of in the middle of a gay nightclub where everyone was half naked, sweaty, and about one jello shot away from retreating to a corner to fuck. Oliver. Ollie. I'd just connected a few things that I hoped weren't connected at all. Does Bond know about this? I gestured to the room, to him. Remembering that I was here because of a job was stabilizing. Necessary. He went still for just a moment. Enough to know that I was right. Then he began swaying along with the music. They wanted me to sign a morality clause, he said. A morality clause. It was all very vague and lawyer-y, but the gist was that if I did something that they could say was morally objectionable, I would be fired immediately, Ollie said. It was pretty clear that they didn't want me coming out. I wrinkled my nose, not sure what to say. It seemed ridiculous that anyone would care, but I knew they did. And the way that articles kept bringing up Gabe's role in Angels in America, from when he was in college, made it abundantly clear that there were plenty of people who cared a lot. He didn't know, Ollie said. I tilted my head. Gabe. Ollie jerked his chin in his direction. He was still on the couch, his long fingers drumming along his knee. He knew about me being gay. But he didn't know that they reached out to me first. About Bond, Ollie said. When he found out, he threatened to quit. We spun around, the glittered mirror ball throwing light across our faces. I thought about it, Ollie said. I told myself that I wasn't ready to come out yet, so why not just stay in the closet for a while longer? He tilted his head back. But signing something called a morality clause, allowing them to equate my sexuality with an issue of morality. He looked back down at me. No. I couldn't do that. I nodded, but I was lost in thought. Ollie stopped spinning, stopped both of us moving. Please, he said. I knew what he was asking. This time, I didn't hesitate. I won't, I said. He nodded, but I could tell he wasn't completely sure if he could trust me. My story is about Gabe, I said. We went to see your movie and it was great. He's a fan of your work, you support him. You're friends. Good friends. There's no competition between the two of you, in fact, you insisted that he's the right person for the job. Ollie let out a breath. Thank you, he said. We danced, practically cheek to cheek, him holding my hand between us like an old-fashioned movie couple. Nothing about it should have felt normal, but somehow it did. Of course, I was slow dancing in a gay club with Oliver Matthias. Of course. My manager thinks it will ruin my career, he said. I'm afraid he's right. I couldn't promise him otherwise. Or maybe it will just make you even more famous and fabulously unattainable, I said. He laughed. I don't want to be brave for coming out. I don't want to be a hero or an icon or anything. I just want to be an actor. Maybe a director someday. A famous one. A famous, handsome, rich one. I don't want to be the famous, handsome, rich, gay one. I get it, I said. I'm used to being the token Jewish friend. You're from LA, he said. I nodded. Still. He let out a low whistle, barely audible over the music. A kid in middle school asked me where my horns were, I said. He laughed, a dark humor kind of laugh. Everyone would want to know when I first knew, he said. They want to know what I think about Santa Claus. They'd want to know who the catcher is. I cringed. I'd make a joke about circumcision, I said. But I'd rather cut this conversation short. Ollie laughed. And laughed. And laughed. It wasn't that great of a joke, but we were both well on our way to being very drunk and maybe becoming friends, and things that were usually horrible could seem funny and fun when you felt like that. I wasn't sure what I'd done to deserve this Ollie's apparent trust and friendship, but I'd take it. I like you, he said. It was hard to separate Ollie the person from Oliver the movie star, and I couldn't deny the rush of endorphins I got knowing that Oliver the movie star, the person I'd been watching since I was a preteen, liked me. And I think he likes you too, he said. He spun me around so I got a quick look at Gabe, still sitting on the couch. He was watching us. He's jealous, Ollie said, and put his hand on my hip. He is not, I said. He's Gabe Parker. You think he doesn't have feelings? Ollie asked. He's an actor. He has all of them. Did you just quote the First Wives Club at me? Did you just know that I quoted the First Wives Club at you? We grinned at each other. I knew it, he said. I have impeccable taste in people. I'll accept that, I said. He swung me under his arm just as the music began to cross-fade into a new song. A song I knew very well. It jolted through me the same moment that I realized exactly how drunk I was. I love this song. I shouted over the music. Me too. It was one of those classic, pure pop songs, a song that made you sing along while leaping into the air, hands waving wildly. There was no way to avoid it. The music became part of you. It became you. When a song like that came on, you were nothing more than a vessel for its splendor. I was drunk enough and daring enough that as I shook my hips, I swiveled in the direction of the VIP area. Of Gabe. He was still sitting there, his long fingers stroking the velvet back of the couch, as if to tell me that there was still a place for me there. That if I came back and sat down next to him, that hand could be on my arm. Along my neck. Against my jaw. Instead, I gave my shoulders a little shimmy and stretched my hands out toward him. Beckoning him. He never dances, Ollie said, wrapping his arms around me, the two of us forming a two-headed, four-armed creature, both of us reaching out to Gabe. He won't come. His loss, I said, and turned around in Ollie's arms. We're having a great time. I focused my attention on dancing, but Ollie was distracted. Bloody hell, he said. I turned and there he was. Gabe. On the dance floor. In front of me. Hey, he said. At least, that's what I thought he said. It was so loud that I couldn't be sure, but he'd said something, his lips curved in a smile after mouthing something that probably wasn't any more complicated than hey. But it felt like he'd said a lot more. Just in standing there. In being on the dance floor with me and Ollie. Ollie, who was practically losing his shit over Gabe being there. You did it, he said, hands on my shoulders, giving me a shake. You saucy Jewish siren, you got him on his feet. Gabe rolled his eyes at Ollie and then gave me a look. One that said that he'd maybe prefer being on his knees. In front of me. No. I was being ridiculous. Even though I was drunk, and he was drunk, I was still somewhat tethered to reality. Gabe was a flirt. It wasn't personal. It was an instinct. A reflex. Still, my own knees went weak, and the combination of the intense sexual tensions suddenly crackling between us and the shots, which had made me brave enough to summon him, had me jerking forward in a way that was neither sexy nor seductive. It did make Gabe reach for me. A smarter girl would have planned it exactly that way. She probably would have made it more charming and seamless, a slight swoon right into Gabe's arms. As it was, I jerked and flopped like a dying fish, into his arms and then right back out. He gave me a strange look, who could blame him, and then shrugged. The music was blaring. How was this song still going on? So I let that and the alcohol take over. My shoulders took the lead, swaying as the music flowed through me. No one in my life could ever accuse me of being a good dancer, but I was enthusiastic and I loved it. Loved to dance. Ollie was a good dancer, giving himself completely to the music, head thrown back, arms up, hips hitting each bass note like they were playing the drums themselves. I could sense that Gabe was still there, but I couldn't look at him. If he was a dorky dancer, like most straight men, I wasn't ready for my fantasy of him to dissolve completely. The music shifted and switched over. It was another great song. Whoever was in charge of the music tonight must have just plugged the speaker directly into my memories. It was the perfect nostalgia overload, all my favorite pop songs from college. From a time when I actually went out on a regular basis, when I could drink vodka, Red Bulls and still go to class the next day. I knew that I'd be hurting tomorrow, but the music was so good and I felt so good that I didn't want to stop. I didn't have moves, but I had a lot of hair, so I swung it around, loving the way it felt against the low-cut back of my dress. A little intimacy that I could share with myself. I was having fun. I swung my arms out at a key moment and hit something hard. Gabe's stomach. I'd done my best to avoid touching him. It was unprofessional. But I wanted to. Wanted him. Wanted him with such an intensity that it scared me a bit. I pulled my hand back, but he'd already caught me. With a move that was impossibly smooth, he gave my wrist a gentle yank and spun me into his arms. All the touching I'd tried to avoid was happening now. From chest to knees. We were pressed up against each other, my hand trapped between us, his palm flat against my lower back. He felt good. He felt incredibly good. I stared at his throat. There was a little sweat there and I could smell whatever extremely expensive cologne he was wearing mixed with something more primal. More like him. I was too drunk. Not just on alcohol, but on the intoxication of being close to someone I'd lusted after for a long, long time. Someone who'd felt untouchable. Unattainable. Someone who was definitely getting hard. I could feel the unmistakable press of him against my stomach. Slowly, I looked away from the collar of Gabe's shirt and upward toward his face. He was watching me. His gaze was intense, unwavering, and I could feel him take a breath, could feel how unsteady it was. My heart was pounding so hard it was almost painful. The music felt like a thick steam, surrounding us, capturing us, isolating us. The dance floor was dark, not that dark, but dark enough. I didn't know where Ollie was. He could have been right behind me, he could have been across the room. I couldn't focus on anything but Gabe's face. On his eyes, staring, fixed, unblinking. I'd practically memoized his face on screen. Thought I knew it. But this was something new. Something different. He still wasn't quite real, even though I could feel him, all of him, against me. It felt like a fantasy. A really, really great fantasy, but a fantasy nonetheless. There was a voice in the back of my head that kept trying to break through the surreal haze that had settled around me. Reminding me that I was a reporter and Gabe was my subject and there were a whole bunch of questionable power dynamics at play here. I'd been so worried that he'd think I'd do anything to get a good story that I hadn't stopped to consider that he might not have any reservations about doing it himself. Then his hips pressed harder against mine. For a moment, I thought I might be falling, might be losing my balance, but then I realized he was moving in time with the music, his hips swaying forward, back, side to side. He was a good dancer. He wasn't flashy or enthusiastic or even that demonstrative. He was subtle. I doubted that anyone but me could tell that he was even moving to the music. But he was. Perfectly. Seductively. One hand moved to my hip, the other pressed in the curve of my spine, just above my ass. Keeping me close. Not that I was going anywhere. In fact, I just melted further into his arms, my own hands moving to his biceps. Shit, they were hard. He was hard. So hard. I didn't want to think about all the ways this was professionally problematic. I didn't want to think about how this might be Gabe's way of buttering me up, making sure I'd write a good article about him. I didn't want to think about how completely insane all of this was. What I wanted was to be closer to him. To touch him. The hand on my hip moved upward, stroking my side, my arm, and then coming to rest against my chest. Not my chest, but my sternum. His thumb stroked my clavicle and I sighed. It wasn't loud enough that he would have heard, but he definitely felt it. I could tell, because he smiled. A slow, wicked smile. Then, with his other arm wrapped fully around my waist, he gave my chest a gentle push. Somehow, I knew exactly what he was doing, and this time, I did swing back. I let my body go limp and collapse over his arm. He should have stumbled. Should have lost his balance. But he was Gabe Parker and he knew exactly what he was doing. His grip on me was ironclad, and before I knew it, I'd been swung back up into his arms. What is this dirty dancing shit? I thought as I was pulled upright. My mouth was hanging open. It felt like a scene out of a movie. The whole thing was bizarre and surreal and unbearably sexy. Gabe was looking down at me, smiling a very smug smile. The competitive side of me couldn't let that stand. I did a move of my own, circling my hips against his, arching my back so my breasts, as modest and inoffensive as they were, pressed up against his chest and his hand slid back to touch my ass. The smugness vanished into surprise, as if he hadn't been expecting that. Hadn't been expecting any of it. Especially how he felt. Because I could feel exactly how he felt. And it felt good. Felt intoxicating. Felt powerful. Here was one of the hottest guys on the planet according to People magazine, and he was turned on and pressed up against me. I licked my lips. He watched. Something was going to happen. Except, it didn't. Because at that exact moment, Ollie resurfaced, dancing right into us. We broke apart, Gabe adjusted his pants, and I did my best not to stare. I didn't succeed much, and when Gabe caught me, he gave me the same naughty, wonderful grin as before. The kind of grin that told me that if I wanted to get out of there with him, very, very wicked things might be in my immediate future. Come on, Ollie said, either not noticing what was happening between me and Gabe, or saving me from it. He gave my hand a tug, and I heard a rip. I didn't have to look to know that my dress had torn. I could feel the slight breeze against my side. Ollie pulled me away, deeper into the throng of bodies on the dance floor. I caught a glimpse of Gabe standing there on the edge of it all. He lifted a hand and then he was gone. Film fans. The Hildebrand Rarity Review. By Nicole Schatz. With every new Bond comes a chorus of disapproval. Consumers are fickle, they crave something new, but not that kind of new. They want to be challenged but comforted at the same time. They desire fresh takes, but only in a form that's familiar to them. That's to say, audiences will accept something different as long as it feels the same. No one wanted Gabe Parker to play Bond. The cards were stacked against him from the moment he was announced, especially when it was believed he was chosen over his Tommy Jacks co-star, Oliver Matias. At first it was an insult due to the fact that Matias is British and Parker is decidedly not. Future audiences had already begun cringing at the thought of Parker, whose image was one of sweet, bro-eye boyishness, acting suave while attempting to do a British accent. Then when his audition tape was leaked and it was clear that the accent wasn't going to be a problem nor the boyishness, which he folded into his Bondness in a particularly charming, unique manner, critics had to find another reason why Parker was ill-suited for the role. That reason came in the form of the unsubtle homophobic backlash at the reminder that Parker had dared to play a gay man dying of AIDS in his college production of Angels in America. How, Middle America cried, how could Bond be played by someone who had kissed another man on stage? The answer, we now know, is very, very well. Parker's Bond is a revelation. And Chani Horowitz warned us that it would be. If you were one of the millions who read her profile of the star, you'll know that she did everything possible to prime the pump, as it were. It's clear that the producers knew the film had only a few moments to convince the audience that they'd cast the right man, and they used those minutes perfectly. Parker's entrance is reminiscent of other great character introductions, where the acting, the editing, the directing, the music, all coalesce to make something truly unforgettable. Think Hugh Grant's entrance in Bridget Jones's Diary. Rex Manning's introduction in Empire Records. Darcy in any decent Pride and Prejudice adaptation. That's Gabe Parker as Bond. Iconic. We don't even see him at first. It's a sea of men in dark suits and dark hair at a gala, the occasional beautiful woman sprinkled throughout. All are powerful, confident men. Except one. He's shot from behind, but his body language doesn't beg attention. It's the opposite. Bond is hiding in a corner, shoulders bent, eyes behind Clark Kent-esque glasses, focused forward, sipping on his signature drink. He's watching someone. He's not the only one. The whole room is watching the latest Bond girl, Jacinda Lockwood, resplendent in a wine-red gown that floats on her skin as lovingly and intimate as a nightgown. She's dancing with someone twice her age. Bond watches from afar, but we see his eyes up close. They're full of longing. Lockwood looks up from her partner's shoulder and sees him. The dance ends and she walks off the dance floor, away from Bond. He deposits his drink on a passing tray, and then the transformation begins. Parker walks toward her, his shoulders straightening, his hand smoothing back his hair, his glasses deposited into his pocket. By the time he reaches her, he's another person. He pulls Lockwood into his arms and they drift to the dance floor. They dance closely, the whole room watching as Bond wraps his arm around her waist. His other hand traces her collarbone, and with a not too gentle push, she swoons backward and he dips her, long and slow, drawing a half circle with her body. When she's pulled back upright, she, and the rest of the room, has fallen in love with Gabe Parker's Bond. It's no wonder Jacinda Lockwood married him less than a week into filming.